Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you?
I am motivated. I am highly dedicated to have your court this morning.
I'm here. Marianne told me that you were here super early this morning. Thank you.
I have one for you today. I got Carl Emerson Travis, camera 2.
Travis. Okay. I have not seen Mr. Riggins yet.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. I don't know. Is he in the breakout room? No. Okay. Thank you, sir. Oh, here's Mr. Riggins. Good morning, Mr. Riggins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm well. Did you need to speak to your client?
Yes, if I could.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him. Give us just a moment. Good morning, Miss Bailey.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Mr. Riggins just went into a breakout room with Mr. Travis. Oh, that's Miss Moisizin. Okay.
I have resolved the Nyrome Atwood ticket show cause from the first 8 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
He has fixed his license, so I'm going to dismiss it.
Did you already release him, or are we expecting him in?
I didn't release him. I told him to come back in here, but he might not have. I know he was at work.
I'm not a fan of that. This is 1S3881092AST. This is State of Michigan versus Nyrone Thomas Atwood.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Thank you. And ma'am, it's your intention to dismiss this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Atwood did show me a valid license indicating that he'd cleared up all of his holds and that he had fixed the issue that he was pulled over for, or that he was written a ticket for, rather.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Atwood did post a bond of $150. He has warrant fees, late fees. His bond will be applied. Oh, will be refunded less cost due to the court. Good morning, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm well. Did you need to speak to your client this morning?
No, we're all set. We've spoken.
Uh, Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, actually, I would like to talk to her this one.
You don't sound sure, but okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
Good, thank you. I believe that's one of my cases, so I can try to move you, Ms. Nelson. Let's see.
Thinking of the right one.
Shane Jones.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is 6S2576029 AST. This is State of Michigan versus Shane Michael Jones. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Shane Michael Jones.
Mr. Jones, the way that your label indicates that you are waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning, is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bailey, do we have an update on the status of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I have spoken with Mr. Jones and we have reached a resolution. At this time, the people will be adding a count 2 of allowing a person to drive in violation of vehicle code as a civil infraction. As a civil
I'm
infraction.
sorry, say that again, ma'am.
Allowing a person to drive in violation of the vehicle code as a civil infraction, Your Honor, which I believe is 257.325. And I will be dismissing the driving while licensed but not valid.
Mr. Jones, is that what you wish to agree to this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, sir, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your head down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on November 23rd, 2016, Michigan State Police found you to be in Van Buren Township, allowing a person to drive in violation of the vehicle code?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, the court will accept your plea to the add account of allowing a person to drive in violation of a vehicle code. That is a civil infraction. The original driving while license not valid or improper license is hereby dismissed. The court will assess fines and costs of $150, apply your existing bond to that, and consider the matter
Okay.
closed out. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the people.
Anything else, Mr. Jones?
Just one question. I have nothing else with you guys, right?
I don't have any indication on the front of your file. If you have outstanding matters, they usually attach a piece of paper for me. There's nothing there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I've only had a thing with you guys
Thank
once,
you.
so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Listen, Stay safe at work and have a wonderful day, sir.
Thanks. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Riggins, the prosecutor is here for your client. She's just in with someone else right now.
Okay.
Do you need to speak to her before the case is called?
No.
Good morning, Ms. Franulik.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good, and yourself?
I am wonderful. I don't
That's
see your client yet this morning.
Let me make sure he has the correct Zoom ID. I hope he didn't show up in person, because that's
Oh, here, he just popped into our waiting room.
okay, great.
Do you need to speak to him?
No, Your Honor, we already know what we need to do.
Marianne, I don't see any matches right now. Am I missing something?
No, you're not.
Oh. Hopefully. On the first case called that 1S3881092AST, there was a warrant outstanding. The court is recalling that warrant.
Let's see if Mr. Rain's audio is connected.
Ms. Masizian, are you ready on the file?
Yes, I believe we are. We're just going to be requesting another PCC.
On which one? You have a couple that are here.
Yes, the one that we're going to start with is Jessica Montour.
Thank you. This is 220573FY, State of Michigan versus Jessica Renee Montour. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Mosisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Ms. Montour, P77960. Ms. Montour is present via Zoom. Ms. Montour, could you state your name for the record?
Jessica Montour.
Go to third
Thank
circuit.
you.
I will not be down.
Today's the day and time set. Oh, no. Mr. Riggins, mute yourself, please. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Nelson, how are we proceeding this morning?
The prosecutor and I have had a chance to talk, and the volume of discovery in this case is great. And I just received it this morning. So we're asking for an additional PCC so that I can review that, go over it with my client, and discuss possible resolution short of a preliminary exam.
How far out?
2 weeks.
September 7th.
1 second. Yes.
9 o'clock?
Yes. Does that work for you, Ms. Montour?
Yes, ma'am.
That's with Judge Oakley?
Yes.
And Your Honor, unrelated, I'm in your courtroom this afternoon on an exam at 11:30. I am in an exam in Inkster at 11. So I will get to you as soon as I can, but Just wanted to give you a heads up.
I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. This is Lardon. Okay.
Yep.
Possibly. Okay. Ms. Montour, September 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m., courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
That is it. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Montour, you're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. This is 220569FY, State of Michigan versus Carl Emerson Travis. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Osisian on behalf of the people, P83923. I don't believe I see the jail on yet.
Oh, yeah, they're here. What happened to Mr.?
They're coming back in.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. We had a power surge and it knocked out all my computers, but we're back online.
I just called the case, though. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125, on behalf of Mr. Carl Travis, who joins us via Zoom by way of Wayne County Jail.
Mr. Travis, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Carl Travis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Riggins, how are we proceeding this morning?
Yeah, and I have received discovery in this matter. I would like to set this matter for our in-person preliminary examination.
That live exam date will be?
October 5th at 11:30.
This is a SONA case. Can we do it on a different day? I don't want to wait till October with Mr. Travis in custody. Ms. Moisesian, can we try to coordinate something sooner?
Yeah, of course.
Marianne, let me grab some calendars. I'm looking at the second full week in September, the week of the September 12th. Oh.
Which day, Your Honor?
I'm looking at the 12th or the 13th, sir. Do you have any availability? Ms. Moisesian, same question.
Yeah, in the morning I do, yes. And on the 13th, I'm open as well.
The 13th in the morning?
Yes.
The 13th in the morning is my misdemeanor docket day. But I will be there for actually exams later that morning as well. So I'll be there after. My first exam starts at 11, so we could do a 12 o'clock exam.
On the 13th of September?
Yeah, and I'm also available anytime on the 12th.
Are you available on the 12th, Mr. Riggins?
Yet I have a hearing at 2 p.m., an evidentiary hearing at 2 p.m., but prior to that, I'm available. Yes.
If we did September 12th, that Monday at 9 a.m.?
Yes. Is that the earliest date that you have, Your Honor?
The earliest time?
Earliest date.
Well, I'm looking at, well, next week I think is entirely too soon. Then we have Labor Day. I have a civil docket on the 6th. The 7th is another criminal day for another judge, and we try not to have in custody people, 2 sets. The earliest I'm looking at is maybe September the 9th, but I don't know if Ms. Moisizian is available on that Friday the 9th, so it's not incredibly earlier than what we're already talking about.
9th, I'm actually not available.
Okay, so September the 12th at 9 a.m. live here in number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that is it. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Travis?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe when we were last here, there was a request for a DSU. I was wondering if there's a DSU in the file.
There is not an update, sir. I see the request there. I see that the referral was emailed over to pretrial services. There's no response as of yet.
If in the event it comes back sooner than the 12th, can we come back early to address that?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
back on criminal docket next week. If I'll send a follow-up note to Heather. If we get the DSU report, we'll send notice to your office and notice to the prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Travis, I'll see you on the 12th if we don't need to call you back sooner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll come see you again.
Wait,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Marianne, I lost your,
Yeah.
you're looking for Blair,
Yeah.
Joshua Blair?
Yes.
We talking to me, Your Honor? Oh,
Yes, sir. Do you have Joshua Blair?
hold on.
Yeah, I see.
BLAIR.
Oh, no, here he is right here on the screen. I'm sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you. I'm sorry,
Marianne.
Judge.
Have a
Sorry.
blessed day, Your Honor.
Thank you. You too, sir. This is 220589FY. This is State of Michigan versus Alan Raines.
Morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kiana Franier with P73015 on behalf of Mr. Alan Raines, both appearing via Zoom and waiving in-person appearance. Mr. Raines, please state your name for the record.
Alan Raines.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Franier, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would like to ask for another reset PCC, a continuation of today. I'm newly retained by Mr. Raines. I do not have discovery. I do understand that there's possibly also quite a bit of video discovery in this matter as well. So I do need another PCC date.
And
And
Your
we
Honor,
do wait
wanna
for
go out,
21
ma'am?
days if necessary.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying we do waive the 21 days if necessary.
How
And
far do you
Your-
want to go out? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Considering the video discovery, I would ask for 3 weeks.
3 weeks puts us on September 14th.
Okay, I'm looking at my calendar. I think that's a good day. I'm just going to confirm. That works, Your Honor.
At 9:30.
Yes.
September 14th at 9:30 a.m. That will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, just that I did observe that Ms. Franulik was recently retained. My docket did indicate that it was the Neighborhood Defender Service as representing Mr. Raines. As such, I have sent her over all of the discovery that I have. If she has any issues with the link or doesn't receive it, please reach out.
I will, Brent. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Raines, we're all set, sir. Have a good day.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
You can
you.
log out, Mr. Raines.
Mr. Giroux, are you ready on Mr. Blair? Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
I was hoping to speak to the prosecutor, Judge, if that would be okay.
We'll get you into a breakout room.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Marianne, I'm right here. Give me one moment. Good morning, Mr. Schwartz.
There we go. Morning.
How are you, sir?
Another swell day in a long line of swell days. Thanks.
Now that your vacation is over, and you're not coming to me, coming into the courtroom from the car.
You're right. I'm not. But I've still got to be in West Branch at 2 o'clock in court for the next like 3 days. But I don't mind going up north. It's okay with me.
It's always beautiful.
And it's better than being here, isn't it?
Oh, hush. There's a special prosecutor in this case.
So
I don't see them. It's Mark Fedoric.
Yeah.
I don't see him as of yet. So if you sit tight with Mr. Barrett, I'll get your, as soon as he pops on, we'll get you called and get you on your way.
Your Honor, we can do that. We're probably going to ask for the exam, but I just got the discovery yesterday. And I've provided a copy of the written discovery to my client.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah.
There's no prosecutor here, so I'm not calling the case just yet. So sit tight. I'll get a call as soon as Mr. Fedoric shows up.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you need to speak to Ms. Bailey before we call Curry?
Judge, we probably just need to reset him for a PCC just because he just got picked up.
I saw your note. Okay.
Yeah.
When Ms. Bailey pops back in, I'll get the case called. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Oh, it was Tommy Robinson that we're looking for. Miss Barron?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I show Mr. Robinson as having posted. I saw your note, and unless he's in custody on another unrelated matter.
He did post his bail, Judge. He's on awaiting extradition.
Okay.
But he is in the Wayne County Jail.
Thank you. Good
Thank
morning,
you.
Mr. Fedoric.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you.
This is 220542 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Kenneth Ray Barrett. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. For the record, Mark Fedoric for the people, P76177.
Seymour Schwartz, Your Honor, on behalf of the defendant, 29789.
And Mr. Barrett, if you'd state your name for the record, please, sir.
Kenneth Ray Barrett.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Schwartz, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, we got the discovery yesterday. We have it printed. My client's going to try and review it this weekend. We may have to have an exam. I'm not positive yet. I haven't seen all the video. Having said that, I think that it's going to be primarily police officers, although I can't say that for sure. Would that be correct, Mr. Fedor?
Your Honor, I'm anticipating 2 officers and potentially the assistant ME. We haven't received the ME report. We should have it in time, but as long as we do, it would only be 2 witnesses, which would be officers.
Yeah, well, I think we probably need the report before we do the exam anyhow.
And Your Honor, discovery was sent quite some time ago. I don't have it right in front of me to Mr. Schwartz. I did resend discovery yesterday because I I had received the defendant's certified driving record. So that was provided yesterday. So at any rate, everything except for the ME report should be to defense at this point.
And I would agree, we have it all. Although somehow we couldn't get to it. I don't, what date is the exam set for?
It's not set, sir, because Mr. Fedoric is not our regular prosecutor. We don't have to do it on a Wednesday. So if you're ready for the court to schedule it, I'm happy to do it. I'm hesitant to do it when you haven't reviewed discovery, but it's your call.
Well, I guess then I'd rather have a PCC if we could, another one.
How far out would you like to go on that PCC, sir? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Well, I'm thinking about 2 weeks is if Mr. Fedoric thinks we're going to get the medical reports by then.
I don't anticipate it taking very long, Your Honor, at this point.
2 weeks puts us on September the 7th.
There isn't anything available then. It's going to be September 14th at 9:30.
September 14th at 9:30. That's in number 2 with Judge Oakley. I'm sorry, Mr. Schwartz, you're checking your calendar.
I am. My client has indicated, what do you have?
It's on the 14th.
What is it?
It's a pretrial
For what?
Oakland County.
Child support?
No, it's
he's got a pretrial for his suspended license ticket.
September 21st, sir.
21 is would be great.
And Your Honor, I have a sentencing at 9 a.m. Would this be scheduled for, could it be scheduled for 8:30?
I can do it then.
No, we do the jail at 8:30. Marianne will look to see what's the earliest time we have available on the 21st.
The earliest is 9 o'clock, and then but there is one at 10, 10:15, 10:30.
Yeah, I've got to be live. I got to be in Hazel Park at 11. So no, 11:30. I could probably do 10 o'clock. Hazel Park's only about 10 minutes from me, 15 maybe.
It would be by
10 o'clock,
Zoom.
good? Yeah,
Zoom.
no, I understand. I can do it.
10 o'clock Zoom on September 21st, Mr. Fedoric.
That's fine.
And that's at number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, that's fine. Nothing else.
Anything else, Mr. Schwartz?
No, we're good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. September 21st with Judge Green. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
You
you.
too.
This is 220577 FY, State of Michigan versus Joshua Royal Blair III. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brent Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Miles Drew on behalf of Mr. Blair, P number 84554. And Josh, could you please state your name for the judge?
Joshua Royal Blair III.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Jarrell, how are we proceeding this morning?
At this time, Your Honor, the defense would be respectfully requesting an adjournment. I did just receive the paper discovery from Prosecutor Bailey. However, I'm still waiting on the video discovery at this time. So I'd be asking for an adjournment to obtain all discovery before knowing whether we want to hold the preliminary exam or not.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sir.
Whatever is best for the court. I can make any of them work, Judge.
September 14th at 9:30.
That works for me.
September 14th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. And that's in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Blair?
Not at this time, Judge.
Thank you. September 14th, Mr. Blair, have a good afternoon, sir.
You have a blessing.
Thank you very much, Judge. I hope you and your staff have a great day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 220383 FY, State of Michigan versus Sean Nicholas Curry. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191 on behalf of Sean Curry. He is not present on the Zoom. He's incarcerated in Oakland County.
I'm sorry, you said Houghton?
Oakland.
Oakland, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Anderson, we're just adjourning this PCC.
I think that might be best just so we know where he is, just because right now he's in a local jail. I'm not sure if he's getting moved to MDOC, but so that we know where he needs to get moved from, that might be most efficient.
So that 14th date, September 14th?
That's perfect. Yes, ma'am.
9:45.
That should be fine.
September 14th at 9:45 a.m. in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, could you and I go into a breakout room?
Yep.
Could you give me one moment, Mr. Bowditch, before you take her, please?
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
No worries,
No,
Judge. I
no,
will stay
you're
right
fine.
here.
I just wanted to see if Jerry and Tate was here. No, okay, Mr. Bowditch, yes, please go in with Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parchment. Parchment, parchment, parchment. Oh. Have we seen Mr. Parchment this morning?
Judge, he's still incarcerated. As of last week, he was in a hospital receiving medical care. I'm assuming he's still at that hospital, or it's a nursing home through the custody of the Sheriff's Department.
I wasn't sure if they were going to log him on. I know last PCC, they brought him here.
Right.
Good morning, Wayne County. Yes, in custody there, your name, please?
Tommy Robinson.
Mr. Robinson. Your attorney is here. She had to step away for a moment, so sit tight. When she comes back, we'll get your case called.
And I am back on that. If I could
You're
actually
back?
speak
Thank
with
you.
Mr. Yes, thank you. If I could actually have a breakout room with Mr. Robinson quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So our conversation about Parchment, did we think that he was going to be made available?
I do not know. It has been very hard to find him through the jail right now.
Okay.
And he has not been given any ability to speak to his family from wherever he is located. So, I mean, they have him listed as being in the jail, but I don't think he's actually in the jail.
Let's see if we can get Heather.
We did speak with the jail this morning and they do not have him.
Okay, this is 220570 FY. This is State of Michigan versus DeKenta Rashard Parchment. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191 on behalf of DeKenta Parchment, who is in custody but not on the Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, we were starting to have a little conversation and you're not sure exactly where your client is?
No, ma'am. I know he is in Wayne County custody. When he was transported last week, he told me he was somewhere called Heritage Nursing Home, but they have not given me any specifics. So I do not know exactly where he is right now because the jail still says at the jail.
So ma'am, are we looking to adjourn the PCC?
That's probably best. I know Melissa has given me everything that I think we need to go forward with the exam. We may just want to know exactly where he is so that we can get him here to go forward. So I mean, I'm fine only if we want to do it a week. Just, I know he's in custody and I'd like to keep moving forward with it.
So we put this over to next week, Mary. Oh, yeah, we can do that. We'll adjourn the PCC to the 31st at 8:30 a.m. Back with me in number 1.
And I can try to see what I can find out too from the officer in charge. Maybe they will know his whereabouts a little bit more. And so I will follow up with Miss Anderson as well.
And I'll put the file on the side and see if Heather can locate him and figure out how to get him zoomed in if he's not with Wayne County, if he's at this Heritage or the name of the place. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, that's it. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson. Is that all you have with me this morning?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
When Ms. Bailey comes back, we'll get Mr. Tate called and get you on your way, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So Marianne, I'm not going to say it out loud, even though I'm thinking it. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Great. I have Miss Sims Neal for today.
I don't see her.
I do see her on the screen. Her video is not on.
I'm here.
Okay, then we're ready to go, Your Honor.
Wait, Mr. Parker, sit tight. Let me get the case that's in custody and see if we can get him on his way.
That'll be fine.
Aaron is here. Waiting for Miss Bailey. It looks like. Ms. Barron?
Yep.
This is 220567 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Tommy Robinson. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Robinson, who's in custody at the Wayne County Jail.
Mr. Robinson, state your name for the record, please.
Tommy Robinson.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Barron, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, I'm still missing digital discovery in this case. I would like a representation from the state about whether that digital discovery exists. That's something that I've requested by email twice, on the record once. So I'm wondering if it exists.
It does, and I've sent it over. It took a little bit of time to get it from the police station.
Okay, you sent that over this morning?
Yep.
Okay. All right, then I'd ask that we set a preliminary exam, Judge.
Live exam date will be
October 5th at 11:30.
And if possible, I would ask for a sooner preliminary exam. I realize that Mr. Robinson posted his bond, but he is essentially being held on this case because he's not being extradited until this case is resolved.
the problem is what is next? I'm looking at next week. Marianne, do you have our schedule for next week?
I'm looking right now.
Wait, this can't be right. Why are there exams? I'm looking at the 31st. I'm showing exam space.
I see the same thing.
Oh, next week. Will that give you sufficient time, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be fine.
Ms. Barron, August 31st?
What time, Judge?
12:30?
That would be perfect.
How did that, Marianne, how do we have space?
I'm thinking the same thing. I do not know.
There's something wrong. That can't be right. I'm double checking, Ms. Barron, only because I don't know how we don't have exams scheduled on the 30th. Live exam, August 31st, 2022. What did I say? I forgot that fact. At 12:30.
12:30.
12:30 here in number 1. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge, just again, I know Mr. Robinson isn't on a bail, just to make sure that the court does bring him over from the Wayne County Jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Robinson, I'll see you next Wednesday afternoon, sir. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Marianne, I'm not liking the feel of this.
I'm gonna run next door real quick and look in the files, just to make sure. That seems odd.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are ready on a Mr. Frazier, but he's on a telephone. I'm not sure I can navigate him back into the courtroom. Be a Christopher Frazier.
I don't see, wait, give me one moment, Mr. Ballard. Let me clear up the things I have available. To the 2 gentlemen that have on baseball caps, you're going to need to take them off before the cases are called. This is 220479 FY. This is the State of Michigan versus Jerry Tate. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning again, Your Honor. Attorney Kiana Franiel, P73015. On behalf of Mr. Jerrion Tate, he is also present and waive appearance in person and appear via Zoom. Mr. Tate, please unmute, turn on your camera again, and state your name for the record.
How you doing?
Good. State your name for the record, Mr. Tate.
My name is Jerrion Tate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Franiel, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Tate regarding this matter as well as his preliminary examination rights. I did receive the paper discovery in this matter as well. I don't think I have all of the video discovery, but I do have what we need to make our determination for preliminary examination. At this time, Mr. Tate has indicated he wishes to waive his right to preliminary examination and have this matter bound over. He does understand that it is a probable cause conference, and if the burden is that it has to show that he probably committed this crime, then he probably committed it in the city as alleged. Mr. Tate, the court will now advise you as to your rights and it's bind over.
Mr. Tate, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney,
Yes, ma'am.
and you understand that you will have a right to have a preliminary examination where the prosecutor would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing that, sir, you wish to waive your right to have that examination?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're doing that freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
No, I haven't.
Thank you. Any objection from the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, inasmuch as you and Mr. Tate appear by Zoom, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize the court to sign the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Tate, the court is now signing the bind over form indicating that your attorney gave permission to execute the form on your behalf and on her behalf. The prosecutor has consented to the waiver. The next step in these proceedings is an arraignment on the information that will be on September the 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your originally entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing further, Your Honor, on behalf of the defendant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, you're all set, sir. Have a good day. Good luck to you down at Frank Murphy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can
Thank
go ahead
you.
and log out, Mr. Tate.
This is 8S3309325 AST. This is State of Michigan versus Robert Francis Van Orton. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Van Orton, state your name for me, please, sir.
Robert Francis Van Orton Jr.
Mr. Van Orton, the way that the staff had you labeled indicates that you wish to waive your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate, sir? Mr. Van Orton? We'll pass this matter momentarily.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed.
This is 210442FY. This is State of Michigan versus Brianna Sims Neal. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Parker, do you want me to pass your case? Mr. Parker? Nope.
Are we ready, Your Honor?
I called your case, sir. Yes. Are you ready?
You ready? Let me call you right back. Call me.
Your appearance, sir?
Good morning, NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of my client, Ms. Brianna Sims Neal, P53832.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Brianna Sims.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Parker, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would like to get, we have referred Ms. Sims Neal for competency, criminal responsibility. They have completed the competency report. We still have not received the criminal responsibility report. I would like to have that report in my hand to read it. That would make my determination as to terms of whether or not we're going to hold the preliminary examination. Could we have another adjourned date, please?
How far out do you want to go, Mr. Parker?
Could we have at least 3 weeks?
That puts us on September 14th. Let's see if there's some space available on that date.
9:45.
9:45. And that will be in number 2 with Judge Oakley. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your
I
Honor.
have nothing at this time, Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Sims Neal. You're all set, ma'am. Have a good day. Back on September 14th with Judge Oakley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a call, Ms. Sims Neal.
Just don't me.
Oh, there we are, Mr. Van Orton.
I'm back. I think it was my phone acting weird.
That's okay. Recalling AS 3309-325A, Mr. Van Orton, the court was asking if you had waived your right to have the assistance of the MIDC, the court-appointed attorney this morning.
Yes,
And sir, you wish to proceed on your own.
I do. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, how are we proceeding this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Van Orden has rectified his license and has gotten it back and up to date and has all of his ducks in a row, as it were. And as such, the people will be dismissing this case.
Any objection to that dismissal, Mr. Van Orden?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Any objection to the dismissal, sir?
No.
This matter is hereby dismissed, sir. Good luck to you. Have a wonderful day. Oh,
Thank you.
there was a warrant on the file. The court's going to recall that warrant, sir.
Okay. So
Thank
I
you.
don't have anything anymore with the case then? Everything's taken care of?
Everything's taken care of, sir. Yes.
Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you.
Good luck to you. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, I see somebody on the phone, Mr. Frazier. This is 20L544-130OT. This is Wayne County Sheriff's versus Christopher Brent Frazier. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Frazier.
And good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Frazier, are you able to hear?
Mr.
Yes,
Frazier,
correct.
could you give the judge your name for the record, please?
Christopher Frazier.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Well, as far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. As far as the pretrial, this is a 2020 case, and I've spoken with Miss Bailey. I believe the prosecutor needs a little time to go back and find this file. So we're requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. I have no
Thank
objection.
you. Ms. Bailey, how long of an adjournment would you like?
Your Honor, I think 2 to 3 weeks would be sufficient. I know we're full up next week. So if we still have room on the 7th or the 14th, I think
it's
that
the
would be enough
14th,
time.
Yep, 14th at what time, Mary Ann?
7 o'clock?
10 o'clock. In number 2, with Judge Oakley. Mr. Frazier, your next court date is September the 14th at 10 a.m., sir.
Okay.
Mr. Frazier had posted a $150 bond. The warrant had previously been canceled. So there's personal bond. Well, I don't know how they do it. Sorry, I'm just talking. We're all set, Mr. Frazier. See you back here on September 14th, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Frazier.
you.
Thank you.
Miss Trice Cornelius. This is 220398 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Selena Renee Trice Cornelius. May I have your appearances, please?
Oh, Your Honor, her attorney, Ms. Ferrugia, sent me an email requesting to speak, and I just put her in my breakup.
Sorry,
Oh,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
realized that.
No,
Right as I
nope.
heard it, sorry.
I'm gonna step off while you all do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you give me one more invite, please?
Yep.
Sorry, thank you.
Bryn put me in line also.
All right, we should be all set.
Last time I had a little pop-up. Oh, join a breakout room.
Yeah, she did a lot.
To the person that just joined us at 734. Oh, thanks, Marianne.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am. I wanted to get you on 220570 FY. This is the Parchment matter.
Uh-huh.
The attorney is not quite sure where Mr. Parchment is. We adjourned the PCC. So I wanted to put it on your radar to see if you could be sure to locate him so he has noticed that he's back next week.
So it was adjourned.
I adjourned it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yep. When we do the MIT, we'll send it to county and county will forward it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. DeLong, have you spoken to Ms. Kirkland this morning?
No, I haven't. I tried to contact her last week after court because we've adjourned twice because there's no discovery. And I haven't heard from her since.
Okay, you were scheduled at 9:30. It's just 9:34.
She's been late every week. She was 45 minutes late 2 weeks ago.
I think what happens, sir, is that we all think that we're faster than what we are, but sit tight. I see that you're here. I don't like people sitting and not at least acknowledging that I see you. And if we don't see Ms. Kirkland in the next probably 10 minutes or so, we'll have to give her office a call and see if we can locate her so we can get you back to what you want to be doing.
Okay, is there another attorney maybe we could use, or?
You're assigned an attorney, sir, so that's how she's assigned to your case. So we'll see if we can get her office on the phone, and if she's not available, get somebody here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mosizian,
Yes,
do you have any contact information for Ms. Kirkland?
I do not know. I think other than her email, I do not. Let me check.
It just left her a message, Judge.
I'll email her as well.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
That helps. I believe all we're gonna do is set it for exam too, so hopefully we can get it sorted.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. I was wondering, did you do Kathy Snarling?
No, ma'am.
All righty. I'll
Ms.
just wait. and
Darling
see.
did not appear. That was a 8 o'clock case.
Okay. I'll just write down Phil to appear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, are you ready with McKinney?
We're ready, Your Honor.
No, when they come out of the breakout. Let's wait.
Well, Mr. McKinney, I get all these phone calls today. Mr. McKinney is also on a phone, and I don't know how to move people around on a phone like that.
This is 22RP026. 22RP02996 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Jalen Tyrese McKinney. May I have your appearances, please?
Oh, Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. McKinney. Mr. McKinney, could you say your name for the record, please?
Jalen Tyrese McKinney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for pre-hearing in the civil infraction A file and arraignment pretrial in the B file, driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Mr. Bowditch, for purposes of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
Yeah, we're going to enter a not guilty plea, Your Honor, and stand mute. Waive any form of ruling.
And for purposes of pretrial, sir.
We're also requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. Mr. Bailey's going to, or Mr. McKinney's going to
Mr.
clear up his record a little bit.
Set Mr. Bailey's bond at 1,000 personal. Mr. McKinney. Mr. McKinney, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The adjourned pretrial date will be
September 14th at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, could we take it out till the 20th? Miss Bailey and I discussed this. Could we take it out till the 28th? That just gives Mr. McKinney a little extra time.
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
September 28th at 9 a.m. in number 3 with Judge Green. Mr. McKinney, you owe the court $852 on some unrelated other files.
No, I paid $100 worth of tickets so far.
Okay.
I know it wasn't $900 that I owed.
Mr. McKinney, I just have a note attached to the front of the file indicating that you owe the court and that you have some other outstanding matters. I'm just advising you of that.
Okay.
Anything else on behalf of the people in this matter?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney, have a good day, sir.
Okay, thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to know if you'd like us to check in or check it in the chat room.
Which case are you here for, ma'am?
I am here, Your Honor, as the APA on Buckles. It's a competency. The defense attorney, I believe, is Nancy Richards.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, I had Ms. Dornick listed.
Yes, Your Honor, we're running in different courtrooms.
Understood. I have not seen Ms. Richards yet on this matter. If you sit tight, I'll get back to you as soon as we see her appear. And I
Thank
see
you.
that Ms. Kirkland is now here. Morning, Ms. Kirkland. Did you need to speak to Mr. DeLong?
Good morning. No,
This is, did you need to speak to the prosecutor, ma'am?
no,
This,
not on this case, not on the law.
this is 220539 FY. This is State of Michigan versus David Arthur DeLong. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam of CCN on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashaw Kirkland on behalf of Mr. DeLong, P84015.
Mr. DeLong, state your name for the record, please, sir.
David DeLong.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we like to set this for exam. We do have all discovery.
We have some space available next Wednesday, August 31st, ma'am. Are you available?
So, next Wednesday, 31st. That works for me.
Mr. DeLong, are you available next Wednesday at 1 p.m.?
Yeah, I'll be at work.
You have to be at work?
I'm at work right now. This is the third time.
No, I understand that, sir. Okay. I'm trying to schedule your live preliminary examination. Are you able to get off of work to come to court next Wednesday at 1 p.m. or do you need more notice for work?
Oh, I need to show up at court?
Yes, sir. Physically here in the building.
Okay. I'll let them know.
Thank you. Live exam next Wednesday, August 31st at 1 p.m. in courtroom number 2. I'm sorry, courtroom number 1 with me. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Judge, not necessarily. I don't think it's going to be a problem since I'm only going to have one witness. It is just, since it's a week out, I will make sure to confirm the date and time today with that witness, but I don't see it being a problem.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeLong, I will see you here next Wednesday at 1 p.m., sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Are we ready with Ms. Trice Cornelius?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 220398 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Selena Trice Cornelius. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katrina Ferrugia on behalf of Selena Trice Cornelius, present via Zoom, P70480.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Selena Trice Cornelius.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity, I had an opportunity to pre-try the matter with the prosecutor. My client has decided she would plead guilty to the amended charge of disorderly.
Ms. Trice Cornelius, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You had the opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney,
Yes.
and it's your understanding you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly person.
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on May the 29th, 2022, I'm sorry, Ms. Ferrugia?
I could lay out a foundation, Judge.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry. Before I ask your client any other question, I note for the record that the issuing agency, the Public Safety Department, is Van Buren Township. I want to disclose on the record to you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He wouldn't know anything about Ms. Trice Cornelius or her case. He would not know that it was scheduled today or any decision that I made in this matter. Are you still prepared to proceed with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
The factual basis, please.
Your Honor, my client had an altercation with her son. They were outdoors on the back deck. It was quite loud. It did necessitate police contact.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Trice Cornelius, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of being a disorderly person and dismiss the original count 1 domestic violence. Ma'am, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
Certainly, Your Honor. My client, apologizes for taking the court's time. Certainly, it's not a situation she wanted to have before Your Honor. Her son is a troubled youth, and there is some disciplinary problems. He does have some educational problems, and my client's attempt to discipline did get a little out of hand that evening. My client is gainfully employed through Genesis Health Systems. She is a nursing assistant. She is, again, sorry for the way the situation unfolded, but is eager to put this behind her and get on a better path with her and her son. And optimistically, they're gonna work towards some counseling and some other things to address his issues and their dynamic.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will impose a $100 fine, $100 in costs, or $75 crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345. Are you able to pay that within the next 5 days?
Yes.
Ma'am, you may bring it to the court, mail it to the court, or go online and pay it. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Trice Cornelius, you're all set, ma'am. Good luck to you. Have a wonderful day.
You too as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Richards.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am wonderful. This is the Gary Buckles matter. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. I don't see your client just yet. Hold on one second.
Your Honor, he is in the Samaritan Center, so I was going to ask to waive his presence.
Any objection, Madam Prosecutor?
No, Your Honor.
This is 220277 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Gary Michael Buckles Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Susie Tawil on behalf of the people, P57494, standing in for Assistant Prosecutor Elizabeth Dornick.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Gary Buckles Jr. Mr. Buckles Jr. is in the Samaritan Center at the moment, so I am asking to waive his presence.
Presence is waived. Today was a date and time scheduled for the competency hearing in this matter. Ms. Richards, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I am now in receipt of the competency report. It's authored by Dr. Tremonti. And her finding is that Mr. Buckles is incompetent to stand trial at this time. So we are willing to stipulate to that report.
We'd ask your court accept that stipulation, Your Honor. It's the letter that's dated from the Forensic Center, August 5th, 2022, that says that he is likely to be restorable by the doctor and that restoration should take place hopefully within the 8 months set by statute, since this is a 2-year high misdemeanor.
Thank you, ma'am. The court has had the opportunity to read the report that was dated August 5th, 2022. Per the stipulation of the parties this morning, the court is signing a finding in order of competency, finding that the defendant is incompetent to stand trial, but he is restorable. Mr. Buckles will comply with the court order treatment and an amended conditional release shall be issued.
Your Honor, when should he report to the Forensic Center?
I don't see, I don't see any guidance that you're able to offer, Madam Prosecutor, Ms. Richards. I don't see anything in here.
I believe Ms. Dornick may have reached out to them. My note in here says review in 3 to 4 months. So if we could set it out, I would say 4 months, Your Honor. That might be playing it safe.
And I'll call the Forensic Center and see how we can facilitate him reporting for treatment.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Richards?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon, ma'am.
You as
Do
well.
you have a date for us to return then, Your Honor, or just wait for the letter?
Wait for the notice from the court, please.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone. Stay safe.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kirkland, are we ready with Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 19-2004 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Shayna Nelson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirkland on behalf of Ms. Nelson, PA4015.
Ms. Nelson, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Sanaya Nelson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I still do not have digital discovery in this case.
Your Honor, I made the request. And I don't believe I ever got it.
So ma'am, Ms. Bailey, how long would you need to follow up and get that over to Ms. Kirkland? How long of an adjournment?
Your Honor, I'm not sure. I'm checking again right now. 2 weeks.
I don't know if there's space available on that September 7th date.
No, September 14th at 10:15.
September 14th at 10:15.
Yes.
That's in number 2 with Judge Oakley.
Your Honor, is that the earliest? Because this case has been pending for some years and it's a pending felony on Ms. Nelson's record and it's affecting her ability to get jobs and just maintain life. And that's another 3-week adjournment that I'm not even sure that we're gonna have the video by then. Can we come back next week possibly and see if Ms. Bailey is able to get it by next week?
I'm looking on the 31st, ma'am. Mary Ann, is there?
I'm checking.
I know, I'm trying to look too. I'm having some.
At 10:15.
Thank you. August 31st at 10:15.
Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the people?
I'm sorry, just next week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing from defense.
Ms. Nelson, I will see you next week at 10:15. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkland, did you need to speak to Mr. Hopkins?
No, I do need to speak to Ms. Bailey about Mr. Hopkins though.
Ms. Kirkland, did you need to speak to Ms. Davis?
No.
This is 220434 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Constance Selena Davis. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirk on behalf of Ms. Davis, P84015.
Ms. Davis, please turn on your audio and video. State your name for the court, please.
Constance Davis.
Turn your video on for me, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have my cell phone, so I'm doing the best I can. I am very sorry. My video was stopped. Give me just a moment. There it is. Wait, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I don't have digital in this case either.
Your Honor, there is no digital available.
In Ms. Davis's case?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, okay, I would like to set it for exam, Your Honor. If I look through, okay, yeah, I would like to set it for exam.
Next week?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
30 spot next Wednesday.
okay, that works. For me, I know Ms. Davis is in Ohio.
Live exam next week, August 31st at 1:30. Courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I will see you next Wednesday here in courtroom number 1 at 1:30. This is an in-person hearing, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there's an order for fingerprints on the front of the file. I'm signing that as well.
Let me write this down. Pen.
This is 194226 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Gianni Hopkins.
Morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Hopkins, P84015.
Mr. Hopkins, state your name for the record, sir.
Gianni Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, is the thing on your head of some religious significance?
Yes.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Ms. Kirkland, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd like to set this for exam.
2 o'clock next Wednesday?
Yes.
Discovery complete, ma'am?
Yes, Madam Counsel says that digital does not exist, so I do have paper.
There will be an in-person preliminary examination next week, August 31st, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Hopkins, I will see you here in person, courtroom number 1 next week at 2 p.m., sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkland, do you have anything else with me this morning?
Nothing else.
Have a wonderful day, ma'am.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Oh. There was 22HR 01558AOT. This is here on. That can't be right. Let's try it again, Miss Bailey. This is 220324SM. That sounds a lot better. This is State of Michigan versus Katie Lorraine Sneerling. This matter was scheduled for show cause this morning at 8 a.m. It is now 10:08 a.m. by the court's clock. This court has not made note of Ms. Sneerling appearing at any point. Mary Ann. Any information on this case, Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, I have no information on this case aside from the fact that Mr. Nunley is listed as the attorney of record and I didn't see him either. However, I do believe that this would be the second failed to appear by Ms. Sneerling. At this point, I would ask for a KPS.
Yes, ma'am. Defendant having failed to appear, bond is forfeited. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 21L549-170 AOT. This is Wayne County Sheriff's versus Raymond Anthony Jackson Jr. Today is the date and time set for the pretrial. The pretrial was actually scheduled at 8:30 a.m. It is now 10:10 a.m. by this court's clock. The defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause. This is 2S4081373ST. This is State of Michigan versus Edward Nicholas Ortiz. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9 a.m. It is now 10:11 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this being the first failure to appear in this matter, case will be set for show cause. This is 220361SM. This is State of Michigan versus Caitlin Disney Gilbert. The matter was scheduled for pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It's now 10:12 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, matter will be set for show cause.
Your Honor, I would note just for the record that she did fail to appear back in May as well.
She failed to appear in May. Oh, wait. She failed to appear on May 25th.
Yeah, that is what I show, Your
Judge
Honor.
Green, with Judge Green, a warrant entered. She was arraigned again. She was arraigned on the bench warrant on August the 12th. She appears she had the assistance of the MIDC attorney, Josh Kaplan. The warrant was canceled. And as much as the matter was scheduled at 9:30, it's now 10:13 by the court's clock. Inasmuch as the underlying crime is assaultive in nature, and that this is the defendant's second failure to appear in this case, court will grant the prosecution request for habeas. We have the 11 o'clock formal hearing, Ms. Bailey, State of Michigan versus Parker Kirchinger.
Yeah.
Set for formal hearing at 11. Other than that, that concludes the court's morning docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Thank you,
Ms.
Your
Bailey.
Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, I'll see you back at 11. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mary Ann.
Heather.
Oh,
Yeah.
Judge. Gary Buckles, did Nancy Richards show?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But he didn't.
So I saw, look, not Mary Ann, Heather, I'm coming in there to talk to you. Give me one moment. Come with the
Okay, thanks. I'm out.
Okay. Mr. Youngs, did you need to speak to Ms. Bailey?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's here. We'll get you into a breakout room, okay?
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horan,
Yes, Your Honor.
it is not my docket, but Michelle just made me aware of the fact that you have some, I'll say contested for right now matters. There were 3 of them. I have 2 of them right now. I have my own criminal docket, but I'll call your 3
Honestly, Your Honor,
cases if you give me.
I was just going to explain 2 of those 3 are not contested. I mentioned that we were seeking adjournments, and then she said we would need to see you for that. One of them is what I had asked about because the named defendant is not present, an occupant is, and I didn't want to submit a default without hearing it from a judge that that's appropriate. The other 2 are just adjournments.
This is 223373 LT. This is Park Estates versus James Robert Grissom.
Good morning, Your Honor. Danny Horn for the plaintiff.
Who's here from 40 Brandy number 40 in Belleville? Ma'am?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear that well.
State your name for me, please.
Christina Grissom?
Are you here for 40 Brandy number 40?
Yes.
Mr. Horn, is this one of the cases that you were saying? That the named defendant was not here?
That's correct, Your Honor. They failed to appear at the first hearing and then they failed to appear today. The named defendant is the only person that has signed the lease and has a leasehold interest, and therefore we would request a default judgment at this time.
Miss Christina Kinzer Grissom, what is your relationship to James Robert Grissom?
I'm his wife.
Where is he?
Our only, he's at work. He is our only income provider. And I can
Why is he
guarantee
not,
with
ma'am?
100%.
Ma'am, why is he not here?
He has to work. He can't take a whole day off of work. And if he was here, he would make me talk to you guys anyway.
Ma'am, have you made an application for financial assistance?
I was going to, but it
No, ma'am,
said-
no, not going to. The question is, have you? Mr. Horn, the issue for this court is that somebody is here and the summons and complaint filed in this case indicate James Robert Grissom and all other occupants. And in as much as Miss Christina Kinzer Grissom indicates that she lives there, believe that she falls under the all other occupants. If you want to take a default against Mr. Grissom, that's your absolute right, but
Yes, Your Honor, we would request a default against Mr. Grissom, and in that instance, we would ask for a hearing. I understand that right now it's a little unorthodox with the judicial conference. So if you're not in
ma'am,
the.
I'm sorry, sir, stop. How much rent is due and owing?
Rent is $3,593.64. Costs $153.57 for a total of $3,747.24.
Ma'am, have you spoken to the attorney this morning?
Just briefly.
Is the amount of rent he claims due and owing accurate, $3,593.64?
That sounds right. I wasn't sure of the amount, what it was, but that's probably right.
Okay, ma'am, in order for this court to schedule the matter for hearing, there has to be a tribal issue. If you admit and acknowledge that their rent due and owing is what Mr. Horn said on the record, then there is no tribal issue and this court will enter a judgment in this matter.
I don't really understand. I don't know.
You don't know which part, ma'am?
I wasn't aware of what the total amount was before the court date. I don't know what it was, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
The paper I have, it says something about like $1,000 and something, so.
What paper,
I
ma'am?
don't know. There hasn't been anybody in our park office since the end of May, so there's no communication whatsoever with the park.
Okay. Ma'am, the question was, is the amount of rent $3,593? Is that what's due? And if your answer is yes, Mr. Horn's office is going to submit a judgment with that amount plus the court costs that they're asking, as there is no tribal issue. Understood?
I'm gonna say no because I don't know that that's correct.
I'm looking at the summons and complaint from July the 12th, which indicates that rent is only paid through May, and at that time, $1,198 was due. Then June's rent came due, that's another $1,000, and then another month, that's another $1,000. So have you paid rent since the summons and complaint was filed?
Well, the end of May, we had gotten a statement saying we owed like $1,100 that last week of May, and then we was gonna.
My question to you is, have you paid rent since the summons and complaint, since the landlord tenant case was filed?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Horn, submit your judgment.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
Your
you'll
Honor.
have 10 days to pay or vacate the property.
I'm sorry?
You have 10 days to pay or vacate the property.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 223367 LT. This is Park Estates MHP versus Veronica Burns.
Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Horn for the plaintiff.
State your name, Ms. Burns.
Veronica Lynn Barnes. Good morning.
Today is the day and time set for the second hearing in this landlord tenant matter. Mr. Horn, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, there is some discussion. We're hopefully trying to get on the same page. We would seek an adjournment. I believe 2 weeks would be appropriate at this time, or the earliest date after that for the court.
Marianne, is Michelle still in there with you?
Yes.
Does she have dates for Judge Green?
No, she doesn't. Here's the phone. Tell her we'll notify. Michelle will notify.
Ms. Burns, are you still in the 10 Brandy site number 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Green's clerk will mail out notice for your hearing date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, before we
Thank
get to that, is there some dispute as to the rent that's due and owing, Mr. Horn?
I'm not sure there's an actual dispute. I think what's happening is they have some previous numbers. And so we want to make sure they're going to provide me with some documents to review. I'm going to provide them with the information that we have, and so we can hopefully come to a resolution before the hearing. So I don't know that it's actually a dispute, but it's perhaps uncertainty based on some earlier documentation that showed different numbers than what was sought today.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, what happens is Judge Green is away at a judicial conference. Her secretary does not have her adjourned dates. She will mail it out to you. If you have not received a notice within the next week, I would suggest you call the court civil department, okay?
Okay,
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day,
you.
ma'am.
you too. Thank you.
This is 223368LT. This is Park Estates MHP versus Michael Blackburn.
Good morning
Mr.
again, Your
Horn, the
Honor.
court notes your appearance for the record. Mr. Blackburn, state your name for the record, sir.
Michael Blackburn.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned hearing in this matter. Mr. Horn, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would request an adjournment for 2 weeks. Mr. Blackburn has been in contact with the property and the regional manager. There seems to be a potential resolution, and we would like to get that put together and hopefully submitted to the court before the next hearing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Blackburn, I'm not sure if you heard me indicate that Judge Green, the judge of record in this case, is away at a conference. Her secretary does not have her adjourned dates, but she will mail a notice to you with a date to return. In the interim, Mr. Horn has indicated the parties are working towards a resolution of the past due rents and whatever other issues might be outstanding, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're still at the 115 Estates Drive, Suite 115 address, sir?
Yes.
She'll mail the notice out, sir. If you haven't received it by this time next week, please call the court civil department to make sure that nothing has gone awry, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Blackburn?
No, ma'am.
Have a wonderful day. Anything else, Mr. Horn?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
You as well.
Okay, Michelle. No.
Hi, Miss Harrington.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm fine, thank you. What are you here for this morning?
It's supposed to be an eviction, but I had called the front. I'm paid up to current. They actually owe me money. I'm meaning. But when I did call the management, and I had called Matthew I. Pellet.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mary Ann.
No. Judge, this Miss Harrington was just starting to say that she was here for a civil case.
Ms. Harrington, do you have your notice to appear with you?
Yes, I do. It's case number 22-3685 L as in Larry, T as in Tom.
I'm sorry.
Dash 3685 L as in Larry, T as in Tom.
Michelle just said that she's down on the docket. To call the civil department.
Hold on one second. Ms.
Thank you.
Harrington, this case was dismissed this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, dismissed on Monday.
Yes, I didn't get a notice on that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to bother you.
Yeah, Ms. Harrington, it is not a bother at all. Mr. Palace's office submitted the dismissal on August 22nd. You have a wonderful afternoon, okay?
You have a blessed afternoon too. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
ma'am. Bye-bye.
Shall I hang up?
Yes.
Do we have a Trooper Watts anywhere? I haven't seen him. So I was just wondering if someone else had.
I have not seen him. My usual practice is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. If you want
Sounds
to
good,
reach
Your Honor.
out, I'm still hanging around. Thank you.
Ask the judge how long she waits until.
Mr. Youngs,
Hi, Your Honor.
good afternoon.
I feel silly asking, but how long do you give officers to show up before you start kicking cases?
15. I gave everybody 15.
Okay. Well, do you mind if we hang out for another 11 minutes and see what the,
Absolutely.
okay, great, Judge.
Just FYI, extend the same courtesy both ways.
Gotcha. And we do have a provisional offer from Miss Bailey that we're going to take in the absence of, unless the officer shows up and puts the kibosh on it. Might be risked both ways here, but anyway, we'll just hold up for a bit here. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Why? If you don't say why, there's no adjournment. You left the phone number?
Yeah, I'll call him back. I just, before I call him, I wanted to talk with you.
Is Miss Foley Carter? Is that, or ask her, maybe she knows. Okay. We need a reason though. I'm not adverse to an adjournment, I just need a reason. Thank you.
Hey, Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
he didn't receive his notice.
He's calling to ask for an adjournment of a case that he didn't know was scheduled.
Yeah, because he called, I guess he called this morning, and said, hey, you know, I have this case pending. He said, I don't know the date, and he was given the date just today, so he didn't receive anything.
Do you have the ROA up?
I have the ROA up and it says, yes, it says that.
Talk to somebody today?
Yes.
It's okay to adjourn it.
Okay, thanks.
Make
I'm
sure
gonna
Ms.
let
Foley
Kate.
Carter knows so she can wave off the officer.
Yep, I'll call her right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bailey, Mr. Youngs, this is 2S4051-631-SI. This is State of Michigan versus Parker Jacob Kirschinger. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Mr. Kirchner, Judge.
Today is the day and time set for the formal hearing of the matter. The case was scheduled at 11 o'clock. It's now 11:15 by the court's clock. Ms. Bailey, are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the people are not ready to proceed. I have not heard from the trooper in question. He is not signed on to Zoom, Your Honor. Without him, the people cannot proceed to the formal hearing.
We ask for a dismissal, Judge.
This matter is hereby dismissed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge, other than an unrelated. In the future, am I welcome to stop into the court in person for hearings if?
Absolutely, sir. We've been open to the public for over a year.
Okay, good deal. Keep it in mind.
Have a good afternoon.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. I'll see you at 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
first two. So I went in and talked to the prosecutor. I said, look, judge is ready to go. Everybody's here on your first two cases. Well, we're not ready
Because,
because the attorneys just got here.
Nope.
They got to talk to their clients. They have to.
no. Because we're now behind schedule.
And we're almost an hour
Yeah,
because the first one was 11:30, right?
they're starting something at 12:30.
Okay.
I don't care what it is. We're starting something at 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
You may be seated. During our morning docket, Ms. Nelson advised the court that she would be late because of scheduling conflict. I told my officer 10 minutes ago that we were starting something at 12:30. My preference is to start the case that was on time. I didn't care which one we started first. Are we ready on Lardon? Or did you need more time?
I'm ready.
This is 220343 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Christian Edward Lardon. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Cynthia Nelson, of the service on behalf of Mr. Lardon, who is present here to my right, P77960. And I apologize for my tardiness. So Judge Johnson did tell me that you would probably call her. She helped me. I'm joining the Zoom because I may be playing body cam.
Life happens. I appreciate it when you let me know this morning. I just don't like the 12 o'clock people waiting for the 11:30 if we can help it. If they were ready, I would have taken them first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going forward, when you have video to show, the guys have HDMI cables and you can run it. It's easier to run through all of our systems. If you want to do it this way, it's fine. Doesn't matter to me.
Whatever the way to work first.
If you're ready and I see you already logged in, so I'm good to go. Any preliminary matters?
Just for the record, Your Honor, I did offer in obtaining a pistol without a license, which is a 90-day misdemeanor on this case. Per my office's policy, that offer is now off the table, now since we are moving forward to exam.
Any preliminary matters, Ms. Nelson? People ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your first witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call.
I'm sorry, give me one moment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next week? Next week? Next week? Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Nelson. That actually helps us a lot, so thank you so much. These are 220327 FY and 220344 FY. These are both State of Michigan versus Sean Kelly Egger.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
John, my key number is 58696. I'm here on behalf of Sean Edgar. Judge, he's not here, he's in the jail. There was some confusion about tether versus in custody, so he was not brought over.
My officer just came and whispered in my ear that he had not been transported, and we, for some reason, have space available next Wednesday afternoon, if you are available, August 31st.
What time would, yeah, actually, that's fine, Judge.
I think when we schedule, I think we're at 2 o'clock.
I think so.
Nope,
No.
2 o'clock is Hopkins, 2:30.
I think, yeah, I think we have one already at 2, Your Honor.
2:30 next Wednesday.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, if my client, I'm gonna go visit him in jail. He's been there for a long time. If he wants to waive, can I call the court and do it over Zoom, a waiver?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you talk to him and he does want to waive, you can come on next Wednesday morning while I'm doing PCCs. Just let Marianne know,
I
and,
sure will.
and we'll do
Thank
it that
you.
way.
Thanks for calling me ahead of.
No, I
the
saw
meeting.
you sitting there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Your first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Officer Timothy Shank.
Officer Shank, come forward to this podium for me, please. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter? I'm sorry. State your first and last name and spell it for the record.
First name is Timothy, Timothy. Last name is Shank, Shank.
Now raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in this black chair closest to me. Marianne is taking down your testimony. If for some reason she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please restate your name, spelling your first and last for the record?
Police Officer Timothy Shank, Timothy. Last name Shank.
And how are you currently employed?
With the Romulus Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the Romulus Police Department?
2 years.
Were you employed and working on May 7th of this year?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Were you employed and working by the Romulus Police Department on May 7th of this year?
Yes,
Were you working by yourself or with a partner?
with the partner.
What's your partner's name?
Officer Paquette,
Can you spell Paquette?
Paquette.
And were you on foot or in a scout car?
In a scout car,
Was a scout car fully or semi-marked?
fully.
What does a fully marked Romulus police car look like?
It has its respective decals on the side, including the light bar,
And were you in full or modified uniform?
full uniform.
Is that what, it's something similar to what you're wearing today?
Correct.
Name, badge, all of the things that you would need for duty? And it's black? I'm gonna say black. I'm colorblind for that, but is it black or blue?
What's that?
Your shirt,
Oh, it's blue.
blue?
Yes,
There
ma'am.
we go. I guess wrong every time. All right. So your scout car, were you driving it or were you the passenger?
I was driving, ma'am.
And would that put Officer Paquette in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your duties as a Romulus police officer take you to Eureka and Middle Belt?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that here in Romulus,
Yes, ma'am.
Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you there?
We were just conducting traffic enforcement patrolling.
And whilst at Eureka and Middle Belt, did something attract your attention that brings you to court here today?
Yes, ma'am.
What attracted your attention?
It was a
Bless you.
vehicle It was a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed southbound on Middlebelt.
Do you recall the speed?
We were running radar and it came back to 73 miles per hour.
And do you recall the speed limit on Middlebelt?
It was 45 miles per hour in that area.
So what, if anything, did you do after observing this?
We conducted a U-turn and began approaching the vehicle from behind.
At any point, did you activate your lights or sirens?
Yes.
Now, did you activate them or did you observe Officer
Well,
Buchanan?
sirens were not activated, but lights were.
Okay. What, if anything, happened after your lights were activated?
The vehicle continued southbound on Middlebelt, taking quite some time to stop.
When you say
And,
quite some time to stop, what do you mean by quite some time to stop?
It didn't stop right away. It continued making the right turn onto Eureka and then eventually stopped about maybe 100 feet away from the intersection.
And what was the distance from when you first turned on your lights to when the vehicle stopped?
Approximately 1 or 2 car lengths away. Between, you said
So,
between the,
so you turned your lights on. How
Yes.
far did you and this car travel
Oh.
until it came to a stop?
maybe 300 meters,
Okay.
300 meters.
Okay. What, if anything, happened next?
I'm sorry.
So the car stops.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
do you do?
We conduct a traffic stop.
Okay. So I know that you and your partner were working together, but I need to hear what you specifically yourself did and observed, okay?
Okay.
So what's the first thing you do when you conducted this traffic stop?
We approach the vehicle,
Okay. What side of the vehicle did you approach?
the driver's side.
And how many people did you observe in the vehicle, if any?
Only one person
And where was this person seated?
in the driver's seat.
Did you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
I'm pointing at the male in the defendant's seat. He's wearing a blue shirt and has black glasses.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So what, if anything, happens after you approach the driver?
He was actively reaching near the passenger seat area.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
I told him to show me his hands.
Did he comply?
Yes.
What happened next?
I asked him what he was reaching for.
And did he respond?
Yes,
What did he say?
he said that he was reaching for his registration.
I'm sorry. He was reaching for?
For his registration, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And what, if anything, did you observe next?
I did not observe anything next, but my partner did.
What happened, what, if anything, did you do after, did your partner share this observation with you?
The reaching? Yeah, I'm sure he did. I don't know if
So
he.
did you observe the defendant reaching?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What happened next?
My partner advised me that there is ammunition lying on the floorboard on the passenger side.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do with this information?
I had the defendant step out of the vehicle
Why?
for the furtive movements and the ammunition, unsure whether or not there was a weapon in the vehicle. And so I had him step out for his safety and our safety.
What happened next?
I had him, I patted him down with his verbal consent. And then I placed him in handcuffs for detainment for his and our safety.
Okay. What happened next?
I had him step to the rear of the vehicle,
His vehicle or yours?
his vehicle.
What happened next?
I began asking him if there were any weapons in the vehicle.
Why?
Based off of the ammunition laying on the ground and his furtive movements towards the passenger seat.
And did he respond to you at all?
Yes,
What did he say?
he said yes, there were weapons.
Okay. Did he tell you where these weapons were?
He told me that he had a pistol lying in the back seat.
And what, if anything, did you do after gaining this information?
We placed him in the back seat of our patrol car.
Was he under arrest at this point?
Not at that point,
Okay. So then why did you put him in the back of your patrol car?
just to secure him, so then my partner and I can conduct a safe search.
Okay, and did you conduct the search?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything during this search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I located a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm pistol underneath the passenger seat,
The front passenger seat or the back passenger?
front passenger seat.
Thank you. What, if anything, did you do with it after you found it?
I cleared it and placed it in my vehicle for safety.
And when you say you cleared it, what do you mean by cleared it?
I removed a magazine from the magazine well, racked the slide back, cleared the chamber. There was no round in the chamber, and observed that he had a full magazine of 17 rounds, 17 live rounds.
And at any point, did you inquire whether the defendant had a concealed pistol license?
I did before the search.
Okay, and what, if anything, did he say?
He said that he did not have a CPL.
And is the manner in which you found this weapon the proper way to transport a gun in a vehicle?
Negative.
How are you supposed to transport a gun in a vehicle if you don't have a CPL?
It's supposed to be in a lockbox separate from ammunition and placed in the trunk.
What, if anything, did you do after making this gun safe and putting it in your trunk?
I advised the defendant that he was under arrest for charge of CCW.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Forgive me, I think I'm gonna be a little repetitive with some of her questions, but,
That's okay.
so you pulled Mr. Lardon over for speeding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is not an arrestable offense, correct?
No, ma'am, it's civil infraction.
And after approaching the car, you came to believe that there was ammunition in Mr. Lardon's vehicle.
Based off of my partner's statements.
Yes. And is possession of ammunition a crime?
No,
And there's no requirements for the way that ammunition be stored or transported if it's just ammunition, correct?
no, ma'am.
And at that time, you ordered Mr. Lardon out of his car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you placed him in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, he was not free to leave, correct?
He was detained, so correct.
And after Mr. Lardon was restrained, you asked him if there were any weapons in the car.
Yes,
And you asked him if he had a CPL.
yes,
You also asked him how the guns were stored, whether they were in a lockbox in the trunk, correct?
not specifically whether they were in a lockbox and trunk. I don't recall asking him that. I just asked him where they were in the vehicle.
Okay. But so you asked questions to determine whether or not, absent a CPL, Mr. Lardon was transporting the guns in a legal manner.
Correct.
Okay. And prior to asking these questions, you did not give Mr. Lardon a Miranda warning.
I did not.
Okay. And based on Mr. Lardon's answers to your questions, you concluded that you had probable cause to search Mr. Lardon's vehicle for firearms, correct?
He stated that there were firearms in the vehicle, so yes.
So Mr. Lardon's answers to your questions gave you probable cause to search the vehicle, correct?
Based off the furtive movements along with the ammunition being in the vehicle and his admission that there was a weapon in the vehicle, yes.
Mr. Lardon reaching for his, is it common for people to keep their insurance and registration in the glove compartment of the passenger side of the car, correct?
Yes, but he
That just answer, yes, that's common. That's
Yes.
in fact, that's
Yes.
where I keep it.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Lardon told you he was reaching for his license and registration insurance, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so reaching for a license and registration and insurance would not give you probable cause to search the vehicle, correct?
he was reaching before we approached the vehicle, but correct.
And is it, when you're pulled over, you know that you have to produce your registration and your insurance to the officers at the window, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, that's speculation. But it's also not really relevant to what other people would do in this case.
It goes to Mr. Lardon's state of mind as to why he was reaching for his registration and his insurance.
Which this officer wouldn't have any personal knowledge of.
It's common practice. to-
Objection overruled.
And this was a search for weapons specifically, correct?
Correct.
It was not an inventory search.
No.
Okay. And at the time of the search of the vehicle, Mr. Larden was handcuffed and in the back seat of the cruiser.
Correct.
Did you obtain consent from Mr. Larden to conduct the search?
Negative.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
So what led you to believe it was furtive gestures as opposed to what the defendant was telling you that he was going for his registration, insurance, or whatever?
When we were driving behind the vehicle, trying to conduct the traffic stop, he was reaching well before the vehicle was stopped.
So you saw these furtive movements and reaching over into the passenger side of the vehicle before the car had even stopped, and you guys had gotten out to approach.
Yes, it was, he was leaned over and hunching over the passenger side.
While still driving?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just briefly. When you approached the vehicle, you told Mr. Larden to stop reaching, correct?
Yes,
And you asked him what he was reaching for.
yes,
And he told you he was reaching for his insurance and registration.
yes, he did.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, ma'am.
No.
No, next witness?
No.
Okay. Ms. Nelson, any witness?
No.
Argument.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for a bind over. I believe that the totality of the circumstances, the defendant driving in excess of 30 miles over the speed limit, reaching over, having furtive gestures while still driving prior to the ceasing of the vehicle's operation and the conduction of the traffic stop, plus the ammunition on the floorboards, did give these officers probable cause to search the vehicle along with the defendant's own admissions that there was in fact a gun in the vehicle. The defendant is not a CPL holder there and carrying a weapon with a fully loaded magazine underneath the passenger seat is not a proper way to carry a weapon within a vehicle. Therefore, the people have met the burden of proof.
Your Honor, we would object to bind over and the court's attention to People versus Kelly, a 2019 Michigan Supreme Court Order 505-933, an almost identical scenario. In that case, the Michigan Supreme Court makes clear that Miranda applies to on-scene questioning when the suspect is in handcuffs. In that situation, the officers had cuffed a suspect and asked him about weapons in the car. His un-Mirandized statements gave the officers probable cause to search the car, and those because those statements were un-Mirandized, the search violated the Fourth Amendment and the weapons had to be suppressed. There's no inevitable discovery in this case, absent Mr. Larden's un-Mirandized statements, because there can be no arrest for speeding. The idea that they had probable cause absent his admissions, I think is pretty outrageous. Furtive gestures and ammunition certainly gave them the ability to remove him from the car and to pat him down. But once he is secure and cannot reach any weapons in the car, and they patted him down and discovered there are no weapons on this person, officer safety has been completed. The Terry stop is successful, and they have no probable cause to go rummaging through the car looking for a weapon. There's nothing illegal about having ammunition in your car. It was only upon Mr. Larden telling the officers that there were weapons in the car, he did not have a CPL, and the weapon was not stored in the trunk, that they had probable cause to search the car. Those were un-Mirandized statements. When you put a suspect in handcuffs, you have to Mirandize him before questioning him. The Michigan Supreme Court has made clear in almost an exact scenario that the fruits of those un-Mirandized statements are not admissible evidence absent the finding of the gun in the car. There is no case here, so we ask that this case not be bound over for pursuant to Michigan Supreme Court case law.
Your Honor, I haven't had an opportunity to read this case. I don't know what it says. And I was not gonna read it immediately prior to this case. And, however, Your Honor, it is a duty of people to disclose weapons located in their vehicles upon being stopped by police. It's an question of officer safety, and I do believe that the officers had enough probable cause.
I'm sorry, 505.
505 Mich 933, it's an order in one paragraph.
Ms. Nelson, you were starting to say something else.
I'm happy to brief this issue if the prosecutor's office would like to do that.
Anything else?
I think people have met their burden of proof, Your Honor, and I would ask for the court to find over.
For purposes of the exam, the court will find that the people have met their burden. Mr. Larton will be bound over as previously charged. His next appearance date will be September the 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. His previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
9 a.m., Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
You said 9 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing further from the people.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Everyone have a good afternoon. Oops, sorry.
I ordered the transcript in circuit court, right, Your Honor? I think that's helpful.
I think.
Five oh five, Mich 933. a whole lot of noise. I'm sorry? They were leaving something for you. There is. I think Rap knows where it is. How are you today? I'm good, thank you. So we have these beautiful shades put in and we never use them. Oh, Garcia. No, I said Rap. I thought he had the cord. A little video. Dress them up, can't take them anywhere. Well, I don't know what they're for. And it'd be nice if there was a drawer underneath council table so that they knew. Well, when defense counsel's here, I'm ready. The prosecution fails to avail themselves of the right to enter the courtroom. That's not on the defense. Are you trying to, I'm sorry, are you trying to log on to Zoom? Oh, somebody's trying to get in. Da, 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 da. I don't know who that is. Let's just do this. Well, at least we filled it next Wednesday. No. You do the scheduling. I don't do the scheduling. I don't know how you missed the 31st. Oh, maybe because I use Judge Green's dates. Did you see tomorrow morning, all those show causes? Yeah. Well, 2 showed up this morning and resolved their cases.
Yes. Okay. No. Yeah. Sure.
Did you need something, sir? Okay. Well, since Ms. Hamilton is sitting here at her duly scheduled time. Ms. Hamilton, if I may impose upon you to allow me to call this case and get the adjournment so we can get Mr. James on his way. Thank you. This is 220490 FY, State of Michigan versus Raina James.
Afternoon, Your Honor, Bryn Bailey, on behalf of the people, P84009.
Afternoon, Your Honor, Bruce Davis, P76203, Premier Lady James, President to the right.
State your name for me, please.
Raymond James.
Thank you.
Judge, this was the daytime schedule for a preliminary exam. I was recently retained on this matter. I spoke to the prosecutor. She's going to send over everything that she has. I'm just asking the court for an adjournment.
Any objection, Ms. Bailey?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. I just would note that I have all of my witnesses here, and I didn't know that a new attorney was retained in until the day of the exam at the time of the exam.
Respectfully, Ms. Bailey, this is a newer case. The defense date is July 3rd, 2022. It's not that old of a case. Things happen. This court will find that there is good cause to adjourn the exam in this matter. Mr. Davis, my next available exam date is October 5th at 11:30.
So the 5th, 11:30. It works, Judge.
We will adjourn this live exam until October 5th, 2022 at 11:30 a.m. here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, thank you, Judge.
Have a wonderful afternoon, sir. Oh, sorry. That's like the giant slide. My apologies to your witnesses, ma'am. This is 220373 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Fred Thomas Hoffman II.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Bryn Bailey, on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Vanessa Hamilton, P82107, on behalf of Mr. Hoffman, stands to my right.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Fred Thomas Hoffman II.
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton, before we begin, Mr. Hoffman has some other outstanding matters with this court. I'm not sure if you are aware of them, had discussed them with him, or.
I wasn't fully aware. I know that he owes some money.
Okay. Okay. There are two older files. There's a 2014 and 2015 case. We'll revisit it at the end of whatever we're doing in this 2022 case. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bailey, any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor, I would, aside from asking for an HDMI cord, I apologize. It was running around a little bit and forgot.
Officer Brooks will go in search of another one. Any preliminary matters, Attorney Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor, well, I just wanted to mention that in terms of discovery, I already discussed this with the prosecutor. Dearborn Police Department was also involved in this arrest, and I do not have any digital additional discovery. I have one report from a Dearborn police officer. But I have requested that those additional materials. And additionally, I requested that I was able to view the dash cam video of the initial stop for one of the officers that I believe is going to be testifying today. He has it, but I don't have it. It wasn't sent to me. So the prosecutor is working on figuring out how to give me access or get it sent to me. So discovery is not totally complete, but we're ready to move forward.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you asking for an adjournment so that you have the opportunity to receive this video and review it? Or if we take a brief recess for you to review it before we begin the exam?
I was able to review the video prior to the
Okay.
exam.
If you're ready.
Right, we're ready.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call Officer Sherry, please stand.
May I have you stop at this podium, state your first and last name and spell it for the record, please.
Robert Schurig, SCHURIG.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you much. Come up here and have a seat in this black chair closest to me, please. Mary Ann is taking down your testimony. If for some reason she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Sure.
Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Did you spell your last name for the record?
I did, but I can spell it again if you need it.
No, I just
Okay,
didn't hear you.
perfect.
Where are you currently employed?
The Huron Township Police Department,
How long have you been employed by Huron?
since March of this year.
Were you working on May 18th, 2022?
I was.
Now, Officer Sherrick, is the Huron Township Police Department the only police department you've ever worked for?
It is not.
Who did you work for before?
I worked in the city of Auburn Hills for approximately 6 months in 2014, and then I was employed at the Westland Police Department for for 8 years.
For 8 years?
Yes.
So were you working and employed by Huron Township on May 18th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you in fact work on that day?
Yes.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was by myself in a fully marked patrol vehicle.
What does that fully marked patrol vehicle look like?
It's a black Ford Explorer with Huron Township police markings visible on both sides and red and blue lights on all 4 sides of the vehicle.
And were you in full or modified uniform?
I was full uniform.
What does that look like?
Full uniform is a standard police uniform with an exterior blue vest with a badge.
And did your duties as a police officer take you to Sibley near Merriman?
It did.
Is that in Huron Township?
It is.
Wayne County?
Yes.
And what if, did you observe what if anything brought you to that location?
So I was on routine patrol that evening in the area of Sibley and Middle Belt. I drove to the BP gas station that's on the northwest corner. I conducted a license plate check of a red Dodge Charger that was at one of the gas pumps. The return from the Secretary of State said that the license plate that I ran was no record, not attached to any vehicle.
Okay. So what if anything, so this was at Sibley and Middle Belt?
Initially, Sibley and Middle Belt BP gas station.
Okay. And is that also in Huron Township?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So after running this license plate and discovering no record, what if anything did you do next?
So as I drove to the parking lot, like I said, I ran the license plate. I observed the white male standing outside of the vehicle pumping gas. I was standing like he was pumping gas. As I passed the vehicle, there was nobody. The windows were down. There was nobody in the car at the time. And I went and parked at the parking lot just to the west of the BP gas station and waited for the vehicle to.
And so you observed a white male standing outside of the car. Did you see the white male do anything else?
He walked into the actual gas station, and then as he walked in, I was pulling out back into the other parking lot. So.
And do you recall around what time this was at?
I'd have to reference my report for the exact time, but it was approximately 10:30 in the evening.
Okay, so somewhere around between 10 and 10:30.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'd say.
Did you observe this person exit the gas station? Yeah.
So I did observe the person next to the gas station. However, where I was parked, my view was obstructed, but I did see somebody walk out of the gas station, get into the vehicle.
Do you recall, what if any identifying clothing or
Objection leading.
Exactly. Objection sustained.
What if any identifying marks could you observe?
So when the male walked out of the gas station, it was the same male. But unfortunately, my view was obstructed and I couldn't get the best description of him at that time, other than it was the same white male, but I couldn't get the best description.
Was there anything about his clothing that stood out to you? No?
Not
Okay.
not that I recall.
All right, what if anything happened after you observed this same person exit the gas station?
So as soon as he exited the gas station, within seconds, the vehicle left and pulled onto Sibley and began traveling westbound, at which point I pulled behind it. And after a few seconds, I attempted to conduct a traffic stop on it for the plate violation.
How did you attempt to effectuate a traffic stop?
I initially activated my overhead lights. The vehicle began to accelerate away from me, at which point I activated my siren and began pursuing the vehicle.
So do you know what the speed limit is on Sibley?
The speed limit is posted at 45 miles an hour all throughout Huron Township until you get to the freeway. So 45.
Okay, and did you ever observe this red Charger, I think you said, exceed 45 miles per hour?
Yes, so once I activated my lights, we began traveling westbound in excess of 100 miles an hour, weaving in and out of traffic. Sibley, if you're not familiar, is a two-lane road, one westbound one lane, one eastbound lane. So we began passing vehicles and oncoming traffic at over 100 miles an hour.
And how far did you follow this vehicle?
I followed the vehicle, I pursued the vehicle onto northbound I-275, roughly to about Pennsylvania, at which point the pursuit was terminated.
And forgive me, I'm not as familiar with this area. About how many miles would that be?
I would say approximately 5.
And at any point, did this red Charger that you observed slow down, pull over, or make any sort of indications that it was going to stop?
Upon activation, my lights, the vehicle slowed very briefly, but then immediately rapidly accelerated away from me.
And as you were engaging in this pursuit, at any point was the vehicle that you were chasing following any sort of traffic signs or directions?
I'm sorry?
Well, Your Honor, if there's a stop sign or a red light and he didn't stop at the stop sign or the red light, that's not speculation. That's something that this officer could clearly observe.
It's a general aspect of the question of if he was generally stopping at or adhering to stop signs. It kind of causes you to speculate that he stopped. Yeah, that something that the statement essentially that he's because it's such a general question. He is essentially answering one time for multiple different questions about multiple different intersections or red lights or.
So is your objection that she's asking a compound question?
I'm just saying it causes for speculation.
You said that, but then you said multiple.
Which is,
EB.
it sounded like it was causing him to speculate as to how he was driving in general or as to each stop line later.
Well, Your Honor, this officer, it's an open-ended question for starters. And if this officer can say, well, actually, at this intersection here and here with this stoplight, the car that I observed actually did stop, then that is the ability to differentiate and to specialize what he observed. It's not speculation.
Objection overruled. You may answer the question, sir.
So if you're traveling westbound on Sibley from Middle Belt, there's only 2 stoplights, one at Vining, one at Warren Wayne Road. I'd have to reference my report to see if I indicated whether or not the vehicle disregarded those lights, because I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after terminating?
So after terminating a couple different things, first of all, we sent out a BOL, or be on the lookout to area departments, because I had the license plate, the vehicle description. I also conducted a search of that vehicle, like the plate that was on that vehicle, in the Clemens system. Clemens showed that a male named Fred Hoffman had received a citation several years prior while driving a different vehicle, but it had that same license plate on it.
And when you say several years prior, do you recall how many years prior?
I don't remember the exact date. I'd have to reference my report again because I believe that date is in there, but it was at least, I think, a couple years prior.
Would reviewing that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I am showing Attorney Singleton the 3 pages of the investigator's report. Permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to direct your attention to the 2nd page of your report, with the paragraph where it says Officer Schurig investigation. Can I review that silently to yourself or look up at me when you're done? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
When was the prior interaction with
So
that license plate?
the prior interaction or Mr. Hoffman received a ticket with that license plate on July 20th, 2021, actually.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
July 20th of 2021.
Thank you. And at any point, did you come back into contact with the vehicle that you had chased?
I did.
When did you come back into contact?
It's probably about an hour after my pursuit was terminated.
And where did you come into contact with this vehicle again?
In the city of Dearborn on Carlisle Street.
On what street? I'm
I
so
believe
sorry.
it was Carlisle Street.
Carlisle?
Carlisle.
Carlisle. I believe it was Carlisle. Yes.
Maybe I need to get my hearing checked today. Carlisle, thank you. And what led you to the Carlisle location, without telling me what anyone said?
Yep. So we received a call from the Dearborn Police Department saying that they found the vehicle and they had a subject detained that they believe was the driver of the vehicle.
And so when you responded to Carlisle, what, if anything, did you observe?
Responding to Carlisle, I observed the vehicle that I had pursued. I had parked into a driveway and I observed the defendant standing outside of a patrol vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
The defendant, I had a conversation as to, if he was the one that was driving the vehicle, if he fled from me. At which point he stated that it was not him. He denied everything.
Now, was he in handcuffs at this point? If you recall?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So what, if anything, happened after you had this conversation with the defendant?
So after I had a conversation with the defendant, we determined that he had numerous warrants for his arrest. One was actually with the city of Dearborn. Dearborn took him into custody. And then we conducted a follow-up investigation with the surveillance videos at the gas station the next morning.
And when you say we, do you mean you, or was there another officer involved?
So that would have been Detective Lieutenant Barrett.
When conducting this investigation prior to today, had you seen any of these videos?
I had not.
And was there anything about the person that you spoke with in Dearborn that coincided with what you had observed here in Huron?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was there anything about the person that you spoke to in Dearborn that coincided with what you had observed in Huron Township?
Well, he was a white male. It was the same vehicle. Like I said, unfortunately, at the initial time that I drove to the gas station parking lot, I couldn't remember exactly what the defendant was wearing while at the gas station. When I spoke with him in Dearborn, he was wearing a blue sweater. I think it was Detroit Tigers kind of writing on it. But that was at the time of Dearborn. I can't remember exactly what he was wearing at the gas station at the time.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to be able to share my screen.
Share your screen or play your video.
Play my video. I'm sorry. Playing my video.
Are you hooked into
I
HDMI or?
I am hooked into the HDMI, but
Okay.
I'm also still on Zoom. I can leave Zoom.
You can either share your screen and play it, or you can play it on, it doesn't matter. But if you're playing it on Zoom, Brooks is getting it ready so that
I can play it just with the
Okay.
HDMI. That's fine.
you should be able to see it at that monitor or on the big screen.
you recognize what I've just placed on the screen?
I do.
What is it?
This is the BP gas station at Sibley in Middle Belt in Huron Township.
And I know we only see a couple of vehicles here, but does this appear to be the night that we've been talking about where you engaged in this chase?
It does, and that the red Dodge Charger in the upper right-hand corner is the vehicle in question.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the BP gas station as you saw it on May 18th, 2022?
Yes,
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
not to my recollection.
Your Honor, at this time, people would move for the admission of the people's proposed one.
It's received.
And I'm now going to play it. I'm going to stop it at minute marker 15 out of 45 seconds. Now, this car that we've just seen pull through, is that you?
I believe that is.
I'm going to continue playing from second marker 15. Okay, and that is the end of the 45-second video.
I would like to note too, if you see that, if you watch the control, Your Honor, when I pull out, I make a kind of a right and start driving. You can see my headlights coming back towards us on the video. That is me parking in the parking lot next to the BP gas station, waiting for the vehicle to move.
Okay, so
There was no question. Yes, thank you.
so was this how you recall everything looking and happening as you were exiting the gas station after making after doing the search of the license plate?
Yes.
Okay. I have when you conducted the license plate search, pull up a Secretary of State photo. Your Honor, it's not suggesting the answer. Leading suggests the answer just because the answer could be one thing or another thing. It doesn't make it leading.
I mean, it's simply she's suggesting that perhaps a picture was pulled up or something of that nature instead of just asking a more general question about investigation.
Objections overruled. You may answer the question.
Yeah, so I believe the search that I conducted a search of the license plate in Columbus, not Lee. And Columbus does not return a photo, however, it does return a name. And like I previously indicated, in 2021, Mr. Hoffman, Fred Hoffman does return a name. And like I previously indicated, in 2021, Mr. Hoffman, Fred Hoffman received a citation on a different vehicle, but it had that license. It was driving a different vehicle that had the same license plate on it. So there was no photo at that time, but then I did run that name in the Secretary of State's database at that point.
And when you did that, so when did you do this secondary Secretary of State search?
This was after the vehicle pursuit was turned.
And prior to you going to Dearborn or after you had gone to Dearborn?
Would have been, you know what, I can't say for certain. I can't say for certain, actually.
Okay, thank you. I have, do you see the person that you interacted with in Dearborn here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point to them and tell me something that they're wearing?
Yep, he's wearing a white t-shirt seated at the other table opposite of you.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Attorney Hamilton.
Okay, so I'll take it back to the initial encounter at the gas station. So you stated that you ran a license plate check of a red Charger, right?
Yes.
What made you run that?
I mean, I can't say for certain what I was thinking at that exact time.
Was it just part of your normal?
Just part of routine patrol in that area, yes.
And you stated that you did not see the face of the person that exited the vehicle, the right vehicle.
I did see the person's face. I knew it was a white male. I just couldn't articulate I couldn't give any detail about it at the time. Like you said, I unfortunately wasn't paying close enough attention, I guess, when I drove by.
Were you able to tell you were able to tell what the hair color of the person was?
All I knew it was a white male that got out of the car and said I unfortunately wasn't paying close enough attention to his actual physical clothing or actual description, other than the fact that it was a white male.
Okay, you were able to see any facial hair.
Is that a no?
Yeah, like I said, it was a white male. I couldn't recall anything other than that. Unfortunately, at that time, was a white male.
And when you initiated the stop, you stated that you initiated the stop on the right car, and the right car started accelerating away from you.
The Dodge Charger in question, yes.
And after it accelerated away from you, were you able to? How close were you able to get to the vehicle, or how at any given point? What's the closest you were able to get to the vehicle while you were in pursuit?
I was very close to it for the entirety of the pursuit. I mean, a couple car lengths at the most. I mean, I was right behind it.
Would you say 5 car lengths?
Sometimes probably closer.
Close, okay,
Yeah.
maybe 3 car lengths?
I can't tell you exactly how many car lengths. I mean, we were going over 100 miles an hour for a couple minutes, but I mean, I was very close to the vehicle.
It was, you said it was 10:30 p.m., correct?
Approximately.
Okay, so was it dark outside?
It was.
Was it raining outside?
I don't recall.
If we refer to the, did you have dash cam or body worn camera video?
Both.
If we refer to one of those videos, would you be able to, I guess the court would just see what the, sorry. Okay, so you say that eventually you stopped the chase.
Correct.
The pursuit. And why was that?
We have a pursuit policy here at Township. There's a lot of different factors, whether it's, the seriousness of the infraction, the speeds, the driving conditions, the road conditions, traffic conditions. And unfortunately, right now, when you're traveling northbound on 275 near Pennsylvania, it gets reduced due to construction down to about 2 lanes. So any traffic other than, 3, 4 in the morning, it's kind of congested. So,
So there were a lot of other cars, right?
not necessarily a lot, but enough to where, it's a construction area. And, I didn't think it was really the best interest of everybody to pursue a car through a construction zone at that time.
So then afterward, you said that you started an investigation into the vehicle, or further investigation into the vehicle.
That's accurate.
And you stated that you saw that a Fred Hoffman had received a ticket on the vehicle in 2021 or some sort of violation?
Yes, there was a citation in 2021.
Okay, and did you verify, was it Fred Hoffman Jr. or Fred Hoffman Sr.?
It was Fred Hoffman Jr.
And how do you know that?
Based on the photo I pulled up. I conducted a search at Clemens. Then I took that name, the person that had the ticket, ran the person to Clemens, and then ran the person through the Secretary of State and through me, at which point it came back with the warrants, suspended driver's license, and so forth.
Okay, so when you say you ran them through, does that mean that you ran his name through?
Yeah, the name, the birthday. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the return was in Clemens, the name, but yes.
And so you don't recall what the birthday was of the Fred Hoffman that came up when you searched the license plate?
I cannot off the top of my head, however, it was the same birthday of the person with the warrants and the suspended driver's license.
Did you note that down anywhere in your report?
I attached the warrants and the suspended license to the report. it might not be in the narrative section, but as far as the attachments, all the warrants that I believe he had were all attached to that report and the driving record. That should all be there.
Okay, and so you said that you, were you aware that Fred Hoffman is a Fred Hoffman?
Like I said, I ran I ran your client's name, and that's the picture that returned with the warrants. I can't recall if it was a junior or senior. Like I said, it was, that's the person that I ran, was the person sitting next to you.
And so you say later that you were contacted by Dearborn Police, and that they stated they believe they had come in contact with the person that you, or the vehicle that you put the DOL out.
Correct.
And how did they communicate that?
I was notified through our dispatch. So I don't know if they called or sent a message. I'm not entirely sure.
And what time, well, let me go back. What time did you stop the pursuit? Do you know about what time it was when you decided to end
It was approximately 4 or 5 minutes after the time of the tracks. I can't tell you the exact time.
And so what time were you, did you receive the dispatch from Dearborn Police at the time?
Once again, I don't know the exact times. I would estimate approximately an hour, but once again, I don't know the exact time.
So it's still nighttime?
Yes, yes.
Would it be safe to say it was before 2 in the morning?
Oh, well before.
And so when you arrived on the scene, to the scene, I believe it was on Carlisle Street, where did you encounter Dearborn Police?
I did.
And did you have a body camera on at that time?
I did.
Okay, and were you wearing it?
Yes.
Did you know, was it a full working order?
Yes, it was.
And when you have body cameras, just in general, I'm not as familiar with Bryan Township's policies. Are you able to, is the body camera recording sound at all times, or when does it start recording?
So the sound on the body cameras activates when you either activate the camera by pushing the button, or it would also activate from the overhead lights turning on in a patrol vehicle, the sound will come on. But just if I'm just driving around, not really doing anything, there's no sound. It would be in background mode, but there's actually not sound.
Okay, but once the sound starts recording on your body camera, is that something that you're able to turn it off? Either the video recording or the sound recording?
I mean, I could always turn it off, I guess. I mean, it's just on and off switch. I guess I don't understand your question.
So if it's not in background mode, it's recording an event, are you able to turn off the body camera independently, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's an on and off switch. So, I mean, I could technically turn it off. I'd probably get in trouble.
And are you able to turn the sound recording off independent of turning the video recording on?
Like mute the camera?
Yeah.
I technically could mute the camera, yes.
And do you have any policies, department policies about whether or not officers are allowed to view either the video recording or audio recording once it has begun?
Yes, as long as I'm not having direct contact with somebody, I could mute the camera to conduct an investigation and private conversation with my partner, to see what route the investigation is going, or make a phone call to the supervisor. I can technically mute my camera at that point, step away, and my camera could be muted at that point.
Okay, so you said that your department policy allows for you to mute recording if you're talking to another officer?
Away from the defendant, yes. So if I'm talking to the defendant, it cannot be muted, it has to be active.
And so do you remember if you did mute your recording?
I don't recall.
So when you arrived, where was the defendant, or what happened? Did you initially start, where was the defendant?
The defendant was standing in front of a Dearborn police car in the roadway.
And did you make any contact with officers prior to making contact with the defendant?
I did speak with one of the officers.
Okay, and what was the content of your discussion?
You, can I ask you what you're asking me? I guess can you
Just
clarify?
What did they, did you talk about the weather, or did you talk about who was sitting in front of a police car, or?
Yeah, we had a conversation about who he came in contact with, the defendant in the vehicle.
And so you said he was standing in front of the police car. Was he detained at that time?
Yeah, he would have been detained, absolutely.
But you said you don't remember if he had handcuffs.
I don't remember.
And so were you aware of all that? Did you Mirandize him prior to speaking?
I did not Mirandize.
Wait, were you aware if any other police officers at the scene had?
I don't recall. I don't recall. I know I did not.
And so then you started asking him questions then about the events earlier that evening.
We had a conversation about it, yes.
Okay. So you asked him, you asked him if he was at a gas station earlier that evening, perhaps? Or did you ask him if he was at a gas station that evening?
I don't remember the course of my questioning exactly as to what I asked him. I can't speak on that.
Okay. Did at any point did the defendant, he continuously denied knowing anything about the gas station, right?
I don't recall that. He denied driving the vehicle and fleeing from me. I recall that.
Okay. And so he was denying, he denied that he drove the vehicle that evening.
Correct.
And he said that he had no knowledge of the police stop that you were referencing prior. That he referenced the police stop earlier that evening.
Correct. He said he did.
And then at that point, were you the officer that the rest of them took into custody, or?
I was not.
Who would have?
Are you asking at that exact second?
Yeah, who arrested him?
He was arrested on the Dearborn warrant by a Dearborn officer.
Oh. And then did you ever make contact again with the defendant?
No.
No further questions.
No redirect.
Thank you. You may step down, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call Detective Lieutenant John Bettendorf. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. State and spell your first and last name for me, please.
Jonathan Bettendorf, J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N, Bettendorf, B-E-T-T-E-N-D-O-R.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you much. Please come up here and have a seat in this black chair closest to me. Mary Ann is taking down your testimony. If she is unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer. Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, how are you currently employed?
I am a lieutenant at the Huron Township Police Department,
How long have you been employed by the Huron Township Police Department?
22 years.
And were you working and employed by Huron Township Police Department on May 18th, 2022?
I was.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was by myself.
Did your duties as a lieutenant with the Huron Township Police Department take you to a BP gas station located at Sibley and Middlebelt?
It did.
And when did you go there?
I believe it was May 19th.
In the morning, afternoon, evening?
It would have been a little bit in the afternoon.
And why did you go there?
Officer Schierig was in a pursuit the night before. I was advised that Dearborn Police Department had that person was turning him over to us, and that one of our officers went and picked that person up, the suspect up, and I went to review the video, the surveillance video from the BP gas station.
And how many videos did you view from the BP gas station?
I don't recall exactly how many I viewed. I'm sorry.
That's okay, but you viewed more than one?
I did, yes.
And
So I wanted to direct your attention to the screen in front of you or the screen up here. And just for confirmation, is this one of the videos that you viewed?
It is, yes.
And yeah, I'm gonna play this People's one again. If you could just watch it for me, Detective. I'm gonna stop it at 26 seconds. Now, when you viewed these videos, did you do anything with them after viewing them?
Yes, I downloaded them on a flash drive and put them into Huron Township Police property.
And at any point, did you then upload them and share them with my office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what I've just put on the screen now?
Yes, that's the inside of the BP gas station.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the BP gas station and the video that you observed on May 19th, 2022?
It is.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
Not that I know of.
Not that you can see?
Not that I can see, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for the admission of the people's proposed two.
To be received, thank you.
And I will now be playing the video in its entirety. It is 18 seconds. What about this new video that I've just placed on the screen? Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the counter area of the BP gas station.
And does this appear to be the same video that you would have viewed on May 19th?
Yes,
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
not that I know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. At this time, the people would move for the admission of the people's proposed three.
Attorney Hamilton.
No objection.
Will be received, thank you.
And I will now play the 25-second video. Detective Lieutenant, I am now showing you what is the people's proposed four. I think we're at four. What is this?
Looks like the same view as last time, the counter area.
From the BP gas station?
Yes, from the BP gas station, yes.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
Not that I can see.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for the people's, for the admission of the people's proposed four.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I will now be playing the video. It is 1 minute and 14 seconds. And I will be stopping it at 109 of 114. Now, Detective, do you recall if there were any further video, if there were did you observe any other customers in the store whilst reviewing this this set of surveillance video?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Now, I want to go back to the first video that I showed you, People's Proposed One. And do you see that? Actually, strike that. So in these set of videos that I just showed you, People's 1 through 4, do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
I do, he's sitting there in the white shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Attorney Hamilton.
And so were you present at all for on the evening of May 18th for the initial incident?
I was not.
And were you present at all at any point once the defendant, once my client was apprehended?
When you say apprehended, do you, I guess you need to clarify.
Did you, I apologize, did you make any contact with my client the evening of May 18th?
I did not.
Have you ever had any contact with my client?
I have, when he was brought to the Huron Township Police Department, into booking, I went back to booking to see what he looked like compared to the video that I had seen, and he was wearing the exact same clothing.
Okay, so you, from that point, made a determination that, what was the purpose of making that determination at booking?
To make sure that we had the right person.
And you believe that you did have the right person?
I do, yes.
But you weren't present for the evening of the 18th?
I was not. I was going off the video that I reviewed and from him being in person at the booking area.
No further questions?
No redirect.
Thank you. Your next witness.
I have no further witnesses.
Any witnesses? Argument.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for bind over as charged. We have heard today from both Officer Robert Schurig and Detective Lieutenant John Bettendorf. Officer Schurig testified that he did observe a vehicle that did not have a proper plate. It was not registered to the vehicle or any vehicle, I believe was his testimony. He did observe a white male wearing, I believe he did identify a Detroit sports team. I can't recall if he said Lions or Tigers. Type of shirt, get out of the vehicle in question, walk into the gas station, and then return to that same vehicle and drive off, Your Honor. He testified that that person, that white male, was the only person that he had observed in the vehicle at that point. We have also heard from Detective Lieutenant John Bettendorf, who testified to returning to the BP gas station in question to review the surveillance tapes that we see. And I did, in the People's 1 through 4, we basically follow the defendant's path from his vehicle, or the vehicle that he was driving, the red Charger, out in the parking lot, into the gas station and around while he was making his various purchases. The detective lieutenant testified that he didn't observe anyone else, any other customer in the store at that time, and that his only other connection was once Huron Township had gained custody of the defendant, he went and looked at the defendant in lockup or booking and said that, yes, that is the person I observed in all 4 of those videos that people had entered in their 1 through 4 today. Officer Schurig testified that he attempted to stop the defendant in his vehicle, and the defendant did not stop. Officer Schurig followed him with his lights and sirens activated for 5 5 miles, Your Honor, and going in speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour in a 45 mile per hour zone, Your Honor. The people have met their burden of proof, and I would ask that this court find over, and I reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
However, obviously, we object to fight over, and also request as well this case. There's nothing that's been presented here today that would at all suggest that my client was the person that drove away from the officer on May 18th. He stated himself that he did not see the face of the person getting out of the vehicle while he was at the gas station. He stated that he couldn't get any other details about that person, couldn't remember any other details about that person besides the fact that it was a white male. We watched videos showing a person with a hood coming out of a vehicle. But he also stated that he did not see who he was pursuing at any point, did not get close enough to make out details such as hair color, facial hair, things of that nature. And then he says an hour later, he was called by Dearborn Police, where he arrives to find my client already detained by Dearborn Police Department. As far as he knows that he has not Mirandized him. He does not make any sort of statement that he was Mirandized at any point, and begins interrogating my client unconstitutionally, to which my client denied any and all knowledge of any sort of traffic stop, being at the BP station, and he continuously denied any knowledge of what may have happened earlier that evening. And finally, my client is Fred Hoffman Jr. There's another Fred Hoffman sitting right outside of the doors of the store. There are probably many Fred Hoffmans in this world, and that's not a substantial enough link to ID my client as the person that may or may not have received a citation in 2021 for the same license plate.
Okay, so we have Detective Bettendorf, who has identified the defendant as being the one in all 4 of the surveillance videos that the people have entered into evidence. This person got out of the red vehicle, went into the store, and then came back out and got back into the red vehicle, which Officer Schurig immediately tried to stop as it was after it pulled out of the BP gas station parking lot, Your Honor. This vehicle didn't stop. An hour later is close enough in time for that connection to be made. This officer looked in Clemmis and the Secretary of State /Lean and identified a valid warrant and a prior arrest and prior citation with the same license plate. This gives a name and a birth date. This officer testified, I ran that name, I ran that birth date. And the defendant's picture is the picture that came up. This officer identified the defendant as being the person in the red car in Dearborn Heights wearing the same clothing that we had seen in the People's 1 through 4. Detective Lieutenant Bettendorf did identify him. People have met their burden, Your Honor, by a probable cause standard, and I would ask that Your Honor bind over.
Court has had the opportunity to listen to the witnesses this afternoon and review the videos, and will find that the people have failed to meet their burden. The charges in this case will be dismissed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Just, how did I fail to meet my burden, Your Honor, just for specificity?
In this court's understanding of preliminary examinations, that there is probable cause to believe that a crime was committed and the defendant was involved in the commission of that crime. Contrary to what your argument was, ma'am, this court did not hear anybody testify that they saw the defendant, in this case, Mr. Hoffman, as the person who was committing that crime. Respectfully, that concludes this matter. Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman, your other 2 matters, sir. There is 150173FY. Sir, this is a case where you owe the court $114. The other case is 140925. You owe the court 3 days of work program and $734. Sir, the court will waive the work program, would ask that you stop and set up a payment plan on these for the monies that are due on these misdemeanor matters, okay?
Yes, I can do that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm leaving too. Thank you.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Okay. Prosecutor?
Yes.
No, I wanted to go for pre, not for just.
All right. Third, fourth district court's now in session. The Honorable Lisa Martin presiding.
You may be seated. This is 220441 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Charles Paul Ortiz. May I have your appearances, please?
Bryn Bailey, Your Honor, on behalf of the people, P84009.
Your name, sir?
Charles.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, Ms. Bailey?
I would just ask for an exception to the sequestration from my officer in charge. Corporal Kosowski, who is seated next to me.
Corporal Kozlowski, absolutely. Any preliminary matter, sir?
Just in terms of sequestration, in order to evade and avoid any possible taint. If the officer is going to be present in the room, we ask that the officer testify first without the presence of the victim, or vice versa. Just in order to purge any probability of any improper. That's the whole nature of sequestration.
Was that how you intended to proceed, ma'am?
I did not intend on calling my officer, period. He's an officer in charge, and is not a representative of the state, but court rules do allow for the officer in charge to sit in and assist on a case. If the officer was going to testify, I would not have the complaining witness in the room while he was testifying, because I do agree that it would be a violation of sequestration if she were to hear other witnesses, but this officer in charge is the officer in charge and is an exception and excluded from the seclusion rule or the sequestration rule.
Any response, sir?
It won't be called.
Thank you. Can we apply it to the other cases? Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. Corporal Kozlowski is staying where he is for right now. Anything else, Ms. Bailey, before we proceed?
No.
Your first witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll call Janae Chandler.
Ms. Chandler, you're going to stop right here at this podium first for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
Janae Rosalie Chandler, GENAE ROSALIE
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you much. Please come up here and have a seat in this closest black chair to me. Mary Ann, my secretary, will be taking down your testimony. For some reason, she can't hear you. I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chandler. So I'm going to be asking you a series of questions today, okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to need you to keep doing what you just did right there. I need all of your answers to have verbal words, no uhs, or anything of the like. Our lovely reporter here can't take those down. If you don't understand a question that I have asked you, please let me know and I will rephrase it. If you don't know, please let me know.
Yes.
Ms. Chandler, do you remember June 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have occasion at any point be at 9009 Hannon Road.
Yes,
Is that here in Romulus,
yes,
Wayne County?
yes.
Do you remember around what time of day you were there?
Probably between 4 and 5, 5 and
In the evening or
in the
morning?
evening,
And who were you there with, if anyone?
myself,
So you were there by yourself. What were you doing at that location?
driving towards home.
You were driving home?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were driving home on Hannon Road, did something happen?
Yes.
How did it start?
I saw a car approaching me on the driver's side, coming around. There was an ongoing car coming south. That car jumped over back in front of me and clipped me.
Okay. So based on your testimony, Hannon Road is a 2-lane road.
Correct,
One going one way, one coming the other way?
correct.
All right. And you first observed a car. Do you remember what color?
White Jeep with a black bumper around it.
And so this car was trying to get around you.
Correct.
You were, so what do you testified that it clipped you. What, if anything, do you mean by clipped?
Well, it hit me. The car hit my front end of the car, and that's how we wind up on the side. It was an accident.
Okay. So do you immediately pull over as soon as your car gets clipped?
Yes, I pulled over.
And did this white Jeep do the same?
Yes, he pulls over also.
Okay. What, if anything, happened after you guys both pulled over?
He proceeds out the car.
So when you say proceeds out of the car, what do you mean by that?
He comes out of his car. He comes over to me while I'm sitting in my car. And I asked him, did you not see that car coming? He said, no, I wanted to get in front of you.
Okay, so which side of your vehicle did he approach to come talk to you?
On the driver's side.
Okay. And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you please point to this person and tell me something that they're wearing?
they're wearing a gray or black t-shirt like type.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're having this conversation about what had just happened,
Correct.
and what happens next?
He asked me, what do you want? And I'm like, I need your information. I'm still sitting in the car.
Okay, what happens next?
He goes and pulls out his wallet, puts it back in his pocket, walks around my vehicle on the passenger side, comes back around on the driver's side to say, I didn't do it. And I'm still sitting in the car.
Okay, so he tells you that he didn't do it. Then what happened?
So then I'm sitting there, getting my phone, and I get out the car. I'm like, let me get out the car. I get out the car, and I'm like, and I walk up to my vehicle on the driver's side. And I'm like, you didn't bump the bumpers? You didn't do this? No, I didn't do it. And he proceeds to say, my car is white. Well, there's a black bumper. There's bumpers all on the car. And then I walk.
So you walk to the front of your car.
Correct.
How far apart are your guys' cars?
I don't know. We're not that far apart. I don't. Pretty close where his bumper was near my
Less than a foot, more than a foot?
less than a foot.
Less than a foot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were close.
Okay. Could you have walked between the vehicles if you had wanted to?
Yes, I
Not sure?
not sure because I wanted to go and see. Since he said he didn't do it, I wanted to see if his car had got bent too.
Okay. And did you observe any damage on either your car or this?
On my car, yes.
Okay. Did you see any on the Jeep?
On the Jeep, I did not get a chance to because I went up front towards the front of his Jeep and I said, oh, and then I said, oh, that's not it. By that time, Mr. Artez was over on the other side, on the passenger side of his car.
Okay. So when you walk up to the front of the defendant's car, did you approach on the driver or the passenger side?
It was a driver's side.
You approached on the driver's side?
Correct, because I was
Okay.
all on the driver's side.
Okay. And the defendant had walked to the passenger side of his car.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when he walked to the side of his passenger car, to hit the passenger side of his car, did he stop at one of the doors or did he come all the way up to the front of the car right by where you would have been?
No, he was looking at his car, his truck on the passenger side, and he comes back around the back way of the car and said, bitch, good luck with getting that picture, and proceeds to hop in his car, his vehicle. And
Okay,
then
so
that's
he hops into his vehicle, and Are you still standing in front of his car?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk about where you are in relation to the front of the defendant's car. Were you standing directly in front of it?
I use this way. So I'm right here, like on the side and
Okay,
side of it,
so
the corner of it.
the corner of it, would you have been standing by one of the headlights?
No,
No? Okay, but you're on the left, the driver's side, the left side of the vehicle towards the front.
yes,
Okay. How far away from the vehicle were you?
less than a foot away. I was right.
Less than a foot
there.
away? Okay.
I can't remember.
Okay. And so the defendant, you said, got back into his vehicle.
Correct.
What, if anything, happened after he got back into his vehicle?
He said, bitch, good luck with getting the picture. And proceeds to take off and runs out on Hannon Road. And that's when I went down.
Okay, so when you say you went down, do you know why you went down?
I fell down. I don't know what, I got hit by the
Did
vehicle.
you feel any connections with your body?
Yes, I fell.
Okay, where did you feel the connection?
This is like my shoulder. I rolled and my
Okay.
shoulders, clavicle is broken.
Okay, so you felt
That's right.
a connection with your shoulder?
I
Do you know if
feel-
that was the ground or the car or something
I
else?
don't, I'm not for sure. I just know I went down.
Do you know if any part of the vehicle hit you?
Yes, I believe the vehicle hit me.
Where do you believe the vehicle hit you?
Just hit me because he ran off in it and I just went down. I just went down.
Okay. Did you experience any pain or bruising or anything anywhere aside from your clavicle?
Yes, I
Where?
was pain, my head, pain on the side. My pressure was up.
Okay, so when you say pain on the side, what do you mean by pain on the side?
Like this side, I couldn't move. When the people came out to help me, I couldn't move.
Now, you keep gesturing to your right side. Was that the side of your body that you landed on?
Yes,
So you observed the defendant drive off. Did you ever observe that vehicle come to a stop?
no. The vehicle
I would
went,
object as to, I think it's the foundation in terms of, did you see that vehicle come to a stop? There's temporal requirement. So it sounds like she did see the vehicle come to a stop as she was engaging with it. And then now I'm looking for the temporal connection as to, did you see that vehicle stop? When?
I mean, Your Honor, okay. Did you ever see?
I'm sorry, you're withdrawing your question?
I don't think that the objection is a valid legal objection, Your Honor. I think the basis in the line of questioning indicates very obviously that I'm talking about after she had been struck and was on the ground, if she had ever seen that vehicle stop again. However, I can rephrase my question to specify
Thank you.
that specific question. Did you ever see that Jeep come to a stop after you were on the ground?
no, because I was on the ground, laying there. And the vehicle had took off, speeding down the road. And I was laying on the ground.
How long were you laying on the ground?
Second. And
I'm sorry, ma'am, when one of the attorneys says objections, I need you to hold on for just one moment.
The objection is relevance. I don't think that the time on the ground has to do with any of the elements of the crimes involved.
Well, Your Honor, actually, I would argue that it does. There is failure to stop at the scene of a personal injury accident, which I do know is a misdemeanor. However, it is relevant to this witness's state of mind and how long the interaction took place and how long she waited for the police.
But that's not, it's not a function of on the ground.
Objection sustained. Your next question, please.
How long did it take for the police to get there?
they came right away. I'm not for sure as far as time wise, because like I said, I was out on the ground.
Were you taken to the hospital
Yes,
by an ambulance or something else?
ambulance, Romulus.
no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Feel so far away. Can I ask you here?
If you wish.
Ms. Chandler, did you make a statement to the police on the date of the event?
The questions they asked me, yes. I can't remember all of it, but yes.
Well, you did, you talked to them.
Yes,
You did, okay. And you told them what happened?
yes,
Okay. And you were truthful with them at the time, right?
yes.
Okay. So in your report, well, let me start. In your testimony, you said that Mr. Ortiz got out of his car after he pulled over and he came to your window. Okay, yes?
Yes,
Okay. You guys had some exchange, right, where you were talking to him and he was going around his car looking at it, and then you got out of your car to look at it, is that right?
he didn't go out of his car first. He went around my car first.
But you were both outside your vehicles, right?
No, I was in the car.
Okay, but he's outside his car,
Correct,
and you're inside your car,
correct,
and then eventually you get outside your car.
correct.
Okay. And I want to clarify this. At first you said, Mr. Ortiz says, good luck getting that picture, and then hops in his car.
He said, good luck, bitch, getting that picture.
Okay, because before it was, bitch, good luck getting that picture.
Correct, bitch, good luck getting that picture.
Okay, and then he jumped in his car, then he gets in his car.
Correct,
Okay, and then but you said later on that he's in his car and says, good luck getting that picture. Which one is it?
he came around from his car.
Okay.
Bitch, good luck with getting that picture. Proceeds to get inside his car and takes off.
Okay, where is he standing when he says that?
He's coming around from looking at the side of his car and hops in his car,
Okay, so where are you standing when he says that?
still at the front
Of your
of his
vehicle?
vehicle
Of his
at that
vehicle.
time.
Okay,
Yes.
and he is to where before he gets in the vehicle? To the back of the vehicle?
He's on the side of his passenger side, walking, looking at the vehicle, because I was trying to get the picture. He comes around and hops in his car. Bitch, good luck with getting that picture.
Great, okay, so let's say that this podium is the front of the vehicle, right? So this is the driver's side headlight, this is the passenger side headlight, this is the driver's side door, and this is the passenger side. Can you just point to where you're standing?
This is,
Are you standing here?
this the front of his vehicle?
Yes,
Correct,
you're standing here,
correct,
okay.
because I'm
And you're
looking.
standing by the hood.
No,
by
not
the motor,
necessarily,
or
by
you're
the
standing
side,
By the side, by the window.
not back by the window,
So you're
by the
between
front of the vehicle on the side, on the
So-
driver's side, up there,
in the corner.
around that
So you
side.
can see this angle here, right? So you're standing here, is what you're saying.
I can see his front. Is that what you're asking me?
All right, yes, you can see the front of the vehicle, so you're standing at, let's call it the corner front
The
of the vehicle.
side,
The side.
right
So-
here.
Okay, so you're standing more towards, or let's say you're standing next to the front wheel.
Not in front of it, but yeah, on the
The
side.
rear.
I don't know.
Somewhere
I can't
between the
answer.
passenger door and the headlight.
Yes, the front part of the vehicle,
Fair enough.
not the passenger door. I was not that far back.
No, you were on the driver's side.
Correct,
Okay. And
but
Mr.
not by the door,
Ortiz
not by the passenger door, not by the driver's door.
Up the front though.
I was up front
Up front.
standing because
Perfect.
I was
Okay.
up front
Okay, so Mr. Ortiz is on the passenger side of the vehicle.
looking at his vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of the front of the vehicle, is he more towards the front or is he more towards the back?
He was more towards the back, towards
The
he
rear
was
of the
just
vehicle.
standing there.
Yeah, okay, so you're standing there, right? And Mr. Ortiz is on the opposite side of the vehicle, yes?
Truck, yes,
Opposite side of the truck, and he's on the opposite end of the truck.
and proceeds to come around.
We gotta take this slow. just so we
Okay,
can do it for the
let's
record.
take it slow.
Yes. So he's on the opposite end and opposite side of the truck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He then, your testimony is that he then goes into his vehicle. Which way does he go into his vehicle?
From the back
From the
part
back. So he walks around the rear of the vehicle, correct?
at the time and hollering, bitch, good
Hold
luck
on,
with that
like I said,
picture.
Hold on, we gotta take this slow, one thing at a time.
Okay.
I understand. We've got the picture part in there already, so we're good. Okay, so he's back here, he's behind the vehicle on the passenger side. You are in front of the vehicle on the driver's side. And this is a Jeep Wrangler.
Yes,
It's 2017 Jeep Wrangler. Okay, we get judicial notice of standard parking size, Your Honor, as a representation of average size of vehicle being about 9 by 19.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask for the relevance of this judicial notice.
For the distance, because what witness is actually testifying to is the actual distance. What I'm trying to put is an actual, like a measurement distance or an approximation. But what I could do is I could just go look up from Chrysler, the actual size of the vehicle itself. But just for keeping the picture complete here. We're talking about, you're on the front side of the car and my client's on the back side. So there's a whole vehicle, there's a whole Jeep in front of you, in between. Yes?
could you repeat that question again?
You're standing in front of the vehicle. My
Are you
client-
saying front, far as in front where the fender is?
Front
Or side?
Front side. Yes, right?
Yes,
Okay, and my client's sitting on the back right,
I didn't say he was way in the back, he was enough where I can see
Okay.
him front.
opposite side.
Correct.
And then, so the question is, he comes around the back of the vehicle. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Goes to the side of the vehicle. Yes?
yes,
Goes to the door.
correct,
Okay, and he opens the door and gets in the vehicle.
right.
Okay, what do you do next?
What does he does next?
No. What do you do next?
I'm thinking maybe he coming to give, what do I do?
Yes.
I'm standing there.
Okay, and then what do you do?
I'm standing there.
And after you're standing there, what do you do next?
I'm trying to get my phone to work to get a picture.
Okay, and then what do you do?
I get knocked down.
Okay, so your testimony is you are standing at the front of the vehicle, you're reaching for your camera, and then you get knocked down.
The phone has always been in my hand, sir.
Okay,
I just wanted to take a picture.
Have you taken pictures at that point?
No, because I couldn't get the phone to work. It was down to no
Have you
percentage.
taken video?
I'm sorry, it was down what?
The percentage was not work. My phone was acting up.
Thank you.
So you hadn't taken pictures of video at that time?
I was not able to get any pictures. No,
Okay.
but
So you're standing at the side of the vehicle and you get hit. Do you see what hits you?
I can't remember. I just
Okay.
know I went down. The vehicle hit me.
Okay. When you gave a report to the police, remember that?
No, I was in so much pain. No, I can't
But you were
remember.
telling the truth, though, right?
I assume I was, yes.
Okay. So
When I,
Ms. Chandler,
at any point, did you approach Mr. Ortiz's vehicle while he was in the vehicle?
no,
Okay. At any point, did you have a conversation with Mr. Ortiz through the window of his vehicle while he was sitting inside?
no,
You didn't. At any point, were you yelling in the window of Mr. Ortiz?
no,
Okay. At any point, did you start pounding on the window of Mr. Ortiz?
no,
At any point, were you hostile or loud with Mr. Ortiz?
no,
At any point, were you running behind the vehicle of Mr. Ortiz after you left?
no, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, ma'am?
No.
Ms. Chandler, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sir with the red shirt on?
You hear me?
Your name, please? Yes, your name?
Stephen Michael Hoskins, ma'am.
What are you here for, sir?
Driving unsuspended.
What time were you supposed to be here?
2:30.
Not with this court, sir.
Honey, you hand me my court papers, please? It's got your name on it, ma'am, with your Zoom. One second. Okay. Yes, says Zoom.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
let's try this a different way. I am actually in the middle of a criminal exam right now, but I saw
Yes,
you in the
ma'am.
waiting room. Hold on, spell your last name for me, please.
HOSKINS. My first name is Stephen with a PH.
Would you do me a favor? Call Heather and ask her to jump into a breakout room with him. To jump into a breakout room with him. Sir.
Yes,
I'm gonna
ma'am.
move you into a breakout room. A clerk will come and help you get where you need to be.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
You're welcome, sir. No, it's fine.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your next witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have no further witnesses.
Thank you. Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
Your Honor, let's call Corporal Casasi.
Sir, will you stop at the podium for me, please? State your first and last and spell it for me.
Corporal Christopher Kosaski, KOSOSKI.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come up here, have a seat in the black chair, and Barrett will be taking down your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Thank you.
Afternoon, Corporal, tell us your name, your job.
Corporal Chris Kosaski. I'm a police officer, corporal with the city of Romulus.
You're the officer in charge of this case?
I am.
Tell us what the officer in charge of the case does.
This particular case, I got assigned the case, read the report the following day, prepared the warrant recommendation, and thought there was enough there to get a warrant and submit it to the prosecution.
Okay, so I want to ask you about things that you learned during the course of your investigation. Okay? Did you learn during the course of your investigation that, and this is through the semblance of your evidence, I'm asking you, I have your report here, if you need to have your recollection fresh.
Okay.
Throughout the process of assembling this information, you learned that Ms. Chandler, at the time of the event, was seen leaning in the window of Mr. Ortiz's vehicle and appeared to be yelling.
You're saying that I personally saw this?
No, that's what you learned during the course of your investigation?
That's what I read.
Okay, and then that wasn't just one.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
This is what the beauty of the officer in charge are. They assemble the evidence and they testify as to what they learned through the course of their investigation. This is really no different than how prosecutors do this. And this is the whole point of the officer in charge. They are this one beautiful receptacle of a catch-all, and I don't want to call it an end around, but the beauty of the officer in charge is they can testify to the information they learned in the course of their investigation. They're not offering it as a statement, they're offering it through what they learned through their investigation, and they have more personal knowledge of their investigation and can testify to it. That's, Your Honor, as someone who sat on this side for many, many years, I've sat on that petard many times. And I'm merely using it in fairness in the same way. And through the course of the investigation, this officer learned. He has personal knowledge of what he learned.
Your Honor, all right, we'll see what he learned, but if there's another evidentiary rule that precludes this information, then I will renew my objection.
Thank you. Would you like to repeat your question to Corporal Kozaski?
Yes. During the course of your investigation, you learned that Ms. Chandler was seen yelling inside the window of Ms. Ortiz.
If we want to be exact, I can read exactly what's in the report, what is mentioned.
That's
in the report.
hearsay.
Well, it's refreshing his recollection. He's not testifying from the record itself. It's just refreshing his recollection.
Well, his answer said, if we want to know exactly what so-and-so, I can read it.
I'm not asking what you, I'm asking if the report refreshes recollection about what he learned during his investigation. I'm not asking if that's why anybody else's hearsay. I'm asking what he learned.
Is your objection to him reviewing his report?
No, Your Honor, based on this officer's answer, it sounded like he was going to be verbally reading this report into the record.
No, that's not how recollection refreshing works.
I respectfully, the court understands that the way that Corporal Kozaski said, in any event, Corporal Kozaski, has that refresh your recollection? Have you read?
I can read this verbatim, what was given to me by the officers who conducted the investigation. I prepared the warrant recommendation based off of their investigation.
He's allowed to use other officers' reports to refresh recollection of the investigation. So I'm not asking you to read it verbatim. I'm just asking, like, officer, do you recall if that report helps you recall, if it refreshes your recollection that you learned during your investigation that Ms. Chandler was seen yelling inside the window of his room?
Would reviewing that report refresh your recollection regarding the facts and information you gathered during your investigation?
Yes.
Was that a proper?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
And have you done that? Or did you start reading as soon as they started objecting?
I can start reading them.
I'm sorry?
I can start reading them.
Read it, and when your recollection's been refreshed, turn it face down for me, please. And defense counsel will be prepared to receive your answer.
Victim statement.
Your
No,
Honor,
sir.
Hold on. You gotta read it to yourself. And then when you're done reading it to yourself, turn it over and we'll talk.
I'm not gonna be able to remember all this, but okay.
Does it refresh recollection as to whether or not you recall for your investigation that Ms. Chandler was seen yelling inside Mr. Ortiz's window?
Yes, I do recall seeing that.
Very good. And if I may, do you remember learning about that in one occasion, or did you recall that that happened, that you learned about that being substantiated more than once?
Rephrase that one more time.
Did you only learn about that once, or did you learn about it more than once?
I believe more than once.
More than once. Okay, very good. That's all I have.
talk to any of the witnesses yourself, did you?
No, I did not.
So you didn't interview any of the people that claim to have seen the complaining witness leaning and yelling into someone else's car.
Me personally, I did not.
So you were relying on what a third witness told another officer who then wrote it in a report and not based on your own personal investigation.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, sir?
Yes. That's the question that you just were facing the prosecutor. Isn't that a standard part of being an officer in charge?
It can be.
And that's, you have experience in doing so more than once in your job?
It can be, depending on the details.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Corporal, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Your next witness, sir.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Argument, Ms. Bailey.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for bind over as charged. We have heard testimony here today that the defendant, after getting into an accident with the complaining witness, did get back into his car and ran her over with his car, driving off and away from the scene. She was struck, she was hit, she fell down and broke her clavicle, Your Honor. The defendant was the person driving that car. The complaining witness did testify that she observed him get both in and out of the car at least once, and then get into the car subsequently, and then drove off. He was the one driving. The car struck her. She fell down and she sustained an injury, Your Honor. A motor vehicle is definitely, when used to drive away, when someone is standing at the front end of your vehicle, is used as a dangerous weapon, and I would ask that this court bind over as charged.
Sir.
Your Honor, we haven't met the requirements of assault and working backwards. No, actually, I'll work forward. The qualification by the people that the victim was run over is not reflective of testimony or the facts admitted. Being run over by a car it creates an image and it has its own definition standard. There's no time to go underneath the vehicle and no time that they're actually meeting the definition of being run over, right? If anything, there was contact made with part of the car that likely is defined to be the mirror of the vehicle. So more importantly, as it comes to the felonious assault, the most important part about the people's bind over is that it's sufficient of the specific intent element required for felonious assault. There was no evidence whatsoever introduced of any intent to injure. No coupled factors, nothing statements coupled with actions. There's also, again, we're not likely to say that a car by itself is a dangerous weapon. It is a dangerous weapon is an object that is used in that way to cause serious injury or death, right? So driving past somebody with a vehicle does not make that vehicle a dangerous weapon, right? This is the distinction between, this is where the testimony is very important as to, if I'm driving my car towards you, you have anticipation of the assault, or reasonable anticipation of the assault. You have the fact of, I'm here, I'm in front of the vehicle, the car is coming towards me. We heard nothing of the sort. We heard, I'm on the side of the vehicle, I don't know what it is. So most importantly about the I don't know, I don't remember, we don't even have that reasonable apprehension of an assault, much less the completed assault, knowing what's happened. So now we maybe have this perhaps a completed battery. But based on the witness testimony, there was no apprehension of an assault. She didn't see anything. She was not in fear of the car is coming towards me or I'm going to get hit. It was, I'm going to take my picture. That's a grand distinction and very, very important, because without that display of intent, which is required for the crime itself, then it can't be bound over. We can't be bound over on a specific intent crime without a showing of the intent. There's been nothing in the record that will allow this court to fulfill or even to backfill the claim of intent based off of the evidence that we've seen. What we've heard is, I had this encounter, it went sour, and the mirror made contact. And actually, I don't know what made contact with, but it wasn't the vehicle. It may have been the vehicle. It may have been the flag on the back. It may have been anything, but we don't have that connection to say the vehicle hit me after he said he's going to try to kill me, or he's going to try to injure me. or anything grand of that coupling together that shows the required specific intent. It's fairly clear that if you have an assault, hey, there was this unintended touching by this object. It's a simple assault misdemeanor. We stay in this court. The failed to report an accident, which is the tag on misdemeanor, we stay in this court. That's really what this comes down to, is that nothing that this court has heard removes this from its jurisdiction. Ultimately, it's a misdemeanor.
An assault as defined by criminal jury instruction 17.1. 2. Subsection 2. First, that the defendant either attempted to commit a battery on the complainant or did an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. A battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of the person or something closely connected with the person of another. Your Honor, he got into his car either at the same time, simultaneously almost, saying, bitch, good luck getting your picture, and then immediately drives off. She's standing, Your Honor, by the defense's own cross-examination, if you want to take it, this podium, in front of the car. She's standing right here, Your Honor. And he gets in and he drives away. Knowing full well that she was standing there. The people have met their burden. An assault, driving away while someone is standing in front of your car is reasonable. That you could put someone in fear of an immediate battery by driving off while they're standing right in front of you, Your Honor. This isn't. Was this an accident that had gone bad? Sure. But the complaining witness isn't the one that made it bad. The defendant did. By intentionally walking around the back of his car, getting in, calling her profane words, good luck getting your picture, and then drives off, hitting her with his car as she is trying to do the right thing after getting in an accident, which is exchanging information, waiting for the police. He doesn't do that. He gets in his car, drives off, and hits her. People have met the burden, and I would ask that this court find over.
Yeah, just, if I have to respond, there's a mischaracterization. The jury instruction is 17.9. And I know reading it as a peer, and the biggest part about this for FA is the intent part of it. And if the battery it's there, and again,
Okay,
as the
so-
people's
No,
point-
ma'am.
As to the people's point, and I love this, this is probably my favorite argument here, is that how does standing at this, and even if it's here, and even if it's here, how does standing in the front of the quarter panel of the vehicle result in your flat being struck by a car? Either Miss Chandler is about this tall and is struck by the headlight part of the car, and that's where the clavicle will reach, or the vehicle itself is a semi-truck, and we know that it's not, and the whole thing hit remarkably just the clavicle. And that's the hardest part about this, right? Is that if we had something that was an injury to the front of her body, and as we see, Your Honor, this is essentially how this is still the front of the car. This is how the injury occurred. Injury's here. She didn't see it coming. She wasn't actually hit by the vehicle itself. Perhaps an accessory, but not the car.
That's still attached to the vehicle.
It's not getting run over.
It's still getting hit by the vehicle, Your Honor. And in fact, assault with a date.
I'm sorry. Sir?
Would make it hard on this, but
Ma'am.
So, Your Honor, the jury instruction 17.9 still says intended to injure or to make reasonably fear an immediate battery? That's a question of fact.
It was never presented that she was in anticipation of it or expected. She merely just says, I don't know what it is. She didn't see it coming. So there's no, again,
Well, Your
there's
Honor,
no intent, Your Honor, and there's no reasonable fear of immediate battery, so.
there is, and it's a question of fact, Your Honor.
Call her back on the
And
stand.
to say,
Put her back on the stand, ask the question.
excuse me,
Do you all want to step outside and talk to one another? I don't do the back and forth thing like that. I don't understand why you continue to interrupt each other. I'm not sure how you find that to be beneficial. Were you finished, sir?
Yes.
Your
Ma'am,
Honor, people have met their burden. Intentionally getting in your car and driving off while someone is standing less than a foot, she testified. She got hit by the car. Doesn't matter if it was the hood of the car, the mirror of the car, the rear bumper of the car, that's still the car. And injury while she bit the anus is not a required element for felonious assault, Your Honor. People have met the burden, and I ask that you find out.
Your Honor, that logic makes every parking lot, including this court's parking lot, a felonious assault. That, because every car driving near a pedestrian under this definition is now a felonious assault. Cars can't drive near people, can't drive them, put people under that approach, and that's not the approach. That's not how felonious assault.
Your Honor, sped off. He sped off. That is the testimony that we heard today. You don't speed off while someone is standing in front of your car. And I have met my burden, and I'm done.
Speeding off, Your Honor, is not a requirement of the felonious assault intent is.
the court has had the opportunity to hear the testimony this afternoon of both Ms. Chandler and Corporal Kozowski, and will bind Mr. Ortiz over as charged. The next date in this case will be an arraignment on the information, which will be on September 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. His previously entered bond with any conditions continues. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No.
Anything else on behalf?
Did the court take 9/7, was it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And would that be in the morning?
Yes, sir, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, does the court indicate it? I know the answer, it's not the judge.
Ask your question.
I was gonna ask if you had a judge listed, but that's.
I don't.
Wayne kind of doesn't do that.
I was gonna say, that's an awful,
Well,
wonderful
Macomb County
wish.
had it from the very beginning, so like.
Have they really?
Yeah, and Oakland County will too, but you have to call and ask. Whereas Wayne is the only one that once you get bound over, then you truly go into the.
Anything goes.
It will correct, right? Well, and a lot of it I heard was from the court assignments, so that when they knew that there was a circuit court judge, they could then properly do their MICC assignments from there.
Interesting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I thought that I saw Miss Kirkland in the hallway. Do you want some time to speak with her? Thank you. Do you all have growth works tonight? You have growth works tonight?
No, tomorrow. But. Hey, it's every Wednesday. Well, we didn't have.
No, I mean, this morning started off great.
Yeah, I thought we didn't have anything next week.
We didn't. We scheduled them all today.
Oh.
Because we didn't know why there was no afternoon expense day, so we saw it. So we start filling them in.
Make the days like this. Are we gonna roll?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Caps off, please. Thank you. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No.
It started off so, this morning was so smooth. And then it just went cattywampus. I don't know what happened. I think we were good until about 10:50. I'm done with the jury instructions. I'm done with the jury instructions. Yeah. Tablets? Yeah. I think they're plugged in Judge Oakley's deliberation. Step off for 2 seconds. If Ms. Bailey comes back in here, I'm coming right back. Yeah, I'm not coming over there. If she asked me, if he asked me, I wrote it on the file. Oh, there's no Sarah's Day. Yeah, that's a big fat lie. Defendant failed to appear at 10:07.
So highlight it. Wait. Oh yeah. This date is when he came in. It says she commented for Judge Case.
Because,
I just have some catch email.
oh, tell him to wait because this is not a quick answer.
That's fine. That's what I
Okay.
threw in the basket.
Thank you. I'm gonna hold on to it for right now. I'll sign them if you want to wait, or they'll be back in the basket. Okay. Go sit on the other side of Marion, please. Sorry. This is 220122 FY. This is State of Michigan versus David Gary Franklin. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May the defender serve as Franklin on behalf of Mr. Franklin, P84015.
Your name for me, please, sir?
David Franklin.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination in this matter. There is count one, controlled substance possession of narcotic or cocaine less than 25 grams. Are the people ready to proceed?
Yes.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters, Ms. Bailey?
None from the people.
Any preliminary matters, Ms. Kirkland?
None from defense.
Thank you. Your first witness, ma'am.
Officer Moon?
I know you're not in here with a hat on. Thank you. Come up to the podium for me, please. Stop right here. State your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
Bryce Moon, BRYCEMOON.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you much. Please come up here, have a seat in this black chair. Mary Ann will be taking down your testimony. If for some reason she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? You're a witness.
Thank you. Officer Moon, how are you currently employed?
Romulus police officer,
And how long have you been employed as a Romulus police officer?
since November of 2018, 3.5 years.
Okay. And were you employed and working on September 24th, 2021?
Yes,
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
by myself.
And were you on foot or in a scout car?
Scout car,
Was a scout car fully or semi-marked?
fully.
What does a fully marked Romulus police car look like?
Has Romulus police decals on the side, lights on top,
And were you in full or modified uniform?
full.
What does that look like?
What I'm wearing now. Sorry.
Blue? Blue?
Blue.
Shirt?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, the navy blue black is real rough for me. So navy blue shirt, your patches, your badge, your name, everything that you need for being an on-duty police officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did your duties as a police officer take you to 9095 Wickham Road?
Yes.
Is that here in Romulus,
Yes, ma'am.
Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you there?
While I was on patrol, I saw a gray Charger stopped in the middle of the parking lot.
And what, if anything, did you do after making this observation?
I pulled into the parking lot. I saw the one of the taillights was out, but when I got behind the car quickly pulled into a parking spot.
And was a taillight being out the only thing that you had observed?
The plate wasn't. I wasn't able to read the plate.
And what was the reason for you not being able to read the plate? Was there like a light out? Was the plate obscured? Was it not there?
That part I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So you got behind this car and you observed it pull into a parking spot.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened next?
I kept driving, made a loop around the building. When I got back around, I saw the car pulled out again, heading towards the travel lodge.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do now?
I activated my overhead lights.
Did the vehicle stop?
Yes. I pulled into a parking spot and stopped. Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened next?
Made contact with the driver.
And when you made contact with the driver, did you make contact on the driver's side of the vehicle, on the passenger side of the vehicle, or something else?
The driver.
Okay.
The driver's side.
Okay. And when you approached the driver's side of the vehicle, what, if anything, happened next?
The driver initially tried to get out. I ordered him to stay in the car.
And did the driver remain in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's back up just a little bit. As you were flicking on your overhead lights, had you made any other observations?
Not that I recall. No.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Oh, I do recall.
Just a second. The officer's report, permission to approach.
Yes.
I want you to review this silently to yourself and look up at me when you're you're done, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Did you make any observations after you had activated your lights?
yes.
What did you observe?
The driver was reaching around the front seat and the back seat, or like the center console area in the back seat.
What, if anything, so you've now approached the driver's side of the car, what happens next?
I made contact with the driver, asked him why he was reaching around.
And do you see the driver here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
Orange and green shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
So you approached him and asked him why he was reaching around?
Yes,
And did he respond?
yes, he said he had hidden some marijuana.
What, if anything, did you do in response to gaining this information?
Can you ask that again?
What did you do next?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure I asked him for his driver's license. But in talking to him, he told me he had hidden some X pills as well.
Some X pills?
Yes,
Do you know what do you know what X pills are?
I would assume ecstasy.
Okay. So you thought when he told you he had hidden some X pills, you thought he was talking about ecstasy?
Yes,
Okay. And when he provided you this information, was he in handcuffs?
no, he was still in the car.
Not detained in any way?
Mm.
Okay. Did he provide you with a driver's license, registration, or any of that other information that you had requested?
I can't remember if he actually handed me his license, but he did tell me it was suspended.
And when you found out that his license was suspended, what, if anything, did you do?
Confirmed it with dispatch.
And did dispatch confirm for you?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do next?
I believe I asked him to get out the car, place him in handcuffs, and put him in the back of my car.
And why did you place him in handcuffs and put him in the back of your car?
Well, he didn't have a valid driver's license, and he admitted to there being narcotics in the vehicle.
And what, if anything, happened next?
I began to search the car.
Did you search the car alone?
No.
Who searched the car with you?
Officer Kilgore.
Kilgore?
Yes.
Kilgore?
Yes.
Okay. And while doing a search of the vehicle, did you specifically find anything?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Kirkland.
Yes.
Officer Moon, you said you pulled Mr. Franklin over because of a taillight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you pulled him over, you approached the driver's side.
Yes.
And when you pulled him over, he was not free to leave, correct?
No.
In fact, he had driven into a parking spot, right?
Mhm.
And he was
Is that a
attempting
yes?
to,
Yes.
Thank you.
and he was attempting to get out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you told him to get back into the vehicle or to
Yes.
stay in the vehicle,
Yes.
and he was not free to leave.
Correct.
Now, during that traffic stop, one of the first things you asked Mr. Franklin was what he was tucking, as you testified under it.
Correct.
And you told him that you were gonna find it, so he might as well tell you, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, he told you at some point that it was pills in the vehicle, that he was tucking pills.
He said the pills were crushed up and in a white bag.
Okay. He told you there were pills in the car.
Crushed up pills, yes.
Now, immediately after he told you pills, you ordered him to step out of the vehicle.
Yes.
You told him to put his hands on the car.
Yes.
You patted him down.
Mhm.
You told him to put
Yes.
his hands.
Yes. Sorry, I apologize.
You told him to put his hands behind his back.
Yes.
You put him in cuffs.
Yes.
And after he was in cuffs, he was not free to leave.
Yes.
At that point, was he under arrest?
Not at the time.
So at that point, he was not.
Well, yes, I'm sorry.
At that point, he was under arrest.
Yes,
And after arresting Mr. Franklin, you asked him if he was selling or taking the pills.
correct. Yes,
You also asked him what else was in the car.
yes,
You asked him if there was cocaine in the car.
yes,
And at no point did you read him his Miranda rights.
yes.
Not before. Yes, you did, or no, you did not.
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect, ma'am?
No.
Officer Moon, thank you for your testimony. You may step down, sir. Your next witness?
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Officer Kilgore.
Up to the podium for me, please. State your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
Joseph Kilgore, JOSEPH, KILGO.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in the black chair closest to me. Marianne will be taking down your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Joseph Kilgore,
And Officer Kilgore, how are you currently employed?
currently employed by Auburn Hills Police Department.
At any point were you employed by the Romulus Police Department?
Yes.
When were you employed by the Romulus Police Department?
From June of 2020 until March of 2022.
And were you working on September 24th, 2021?
Yes,
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
by myself,
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
in a scout car,
Was the scout car fully or semi-marked?
fully marked,
Were you in full or modified uniform?
full uniform.
And did your duties as a police officer for Romulus take you to 9095 Wickham Road?
Yes,
Is that here in Romulus,
yes,
Wayne County?
yes.
Why did you go there?
To back up Officer Moon on a traffic stop.
Is that your report in front of you?
Yes,
I need you to turn it over for me, okay? Thank you. So you were going to back up Officer Moon?
yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived?
Observed him on a traffic stop with the vehicle parked in front of his patrol vehicle, and he had someone in the backseat of his vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you do after arriving?
Spoke with him where he was
Him, by him, do you mean the person he had in his car or Officer Moody?
from, Officer Moon.
Okay, Moon, sorry. And without telling me what was said, what, if anything, did you do after your conversation with Officer Moon?
Searched the passenger side of the vehicle.
And during your search of the passenger side of the vehicle, did you find anything?
Yes,
What did you find?
a bag of suspected narcotics.
And what, if anything, did you do with that bag of suspected narcotics?
Took it into my possession and I brought it back to the police station.
Now, when you take suspected narcotics into your possession, do you provide it with an evidence tag number?
Yes,
Do you recall the evidence tag number in this case?
I do not.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection?
I believe so.
Please do so and look up at me when you're done.
My report does not have the evidence tag number.
Is there a system that Romulus uses to identify their evidence?
Yes,
What is that system?
Clemens.
That was a bad question. Okay, so what generates an evidence tag number?
Clemens.
Is it tied to the report number? Is it tied to the prosecutor's number, the court's number? Is it tied to any number?
The
Any
report
other?
number,
So the evidence tag number would contain the report number.
yes,
Okay. And then is it followed by like a 0.1 or a 0.2 or something like that to designate each individual piece of evidence?
yes,
Okay. Would your report contain the report number?
yes.
All right. Can you please review your report for the report number and look up at me when you're done? Did you find it?
Yes,
What's the report number for this case?
21-15526.
And so you recover these narcotics, you take them into your possession, and then what do you do with them?
Place them into an evidence locker.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that for me?
Place them into an evidence locker,
Where's this evidence locker located?
Romulus Police Station.
And from there, does it get sent for testing?
I believe so.
But you did, in this case, did you take the suspected narcotics and drop it off at your evidence locker?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move for the admission of the people's proposed one, which is a final laboratory report from the State of Michigan Department of State Police, with the agency number indicated here. Just on the record, 21-00-15526 pursuant to Michigan Rule 1101B8.
Any response, Ms. Kirkland?
Your Honor, I was objecting, you didn't provide the evidence tag number, just for the record. I object.
Maybe I misunderstood his testimony.
I'm objecting, I'm making a record, but it doesn't sound like this evidence. I don't know if it's right now. It doesn't sound like this is something that can come in through this business.
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I said, I just made my objection and I'll let Your Honor rule on it. Just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Your Honor, this officer collected the evidence, took it from the scene to evidence lockup, where he placed it into the evidence locker, thus establishing the chain of custody from the scene to the police station, and then subsequently, we have the testing. Rule 1101B8 does not require the people to establish or bring in the MSP forensic scientist that did test the suspected narcotics, and that as long as the people have established chain of custody, that the final lab reports can be admitted and are admissible without the forensic scientist. And I do believe that this officer has established the same evidence. He did read into the record, or recite into the record, the offense number, which is also located on people's proposed one, and did indicate that each individual piece of evidence would be followed by some sort of individual identifying marker after the agency number.
The report will be received.
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Your witness, Ms. Kirkland.
Officer Kilgore, you arrived on scene after Mr. Franklin had already been arrested.
He was in the back of Officer Moore's patrol vehicle.
Okay, you arrived on scene after Mr. Franklin had been arrested.
Yes,
Okay, and as you said, he was in a patrol vehicle.
yes.
Was he cuffed?
I did not see him.
Okay, but he was not in his vehicle and did not have access to his vehicle.
No,
He wasn't anywhere near his vehicle. Okay. So you stated that it was your job to search the passenger compartments of the vehicle,
yes,
both the front and the back?
yes,
And this is while the vehicle was in a
yes.
parking lot of the Wyndham Hotel?
No,
What parking lot was it?
I believe it was the Travel Lodge.
Travel Lodge, is that a hotel?
Yes,
There were other cars in that parking lot?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there were other cars
No.
in the parking lot? So was it just you, your patrol vehicle, your partner's patrol vehicle, and Mr. Franklin's patrol vehicles in the parking lot?
Mr. Franklin didn't have a patrol vehicle.
I didn't say Mr. Franklin's patrol. Your patrol vehicle, your partner's patrol vehicle, and Mr. Franklin's vehicle. Were those the only vehicles in the parking lot?
That I remember.
Okay. So you don't have great memory of what the scene looks like that day.
That is the scene.
And you don't have, from what I'm hearing right now, you don't remember everything. You don't remember the scene at the parking lot then.
I do remember.
Okay. You just don't remember if there were other cars.
That wasn't part of the scene.
You just don't remember whether there were other cars.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Oh, he actually didn't answer.
Yes, he did.
No,
He didn't.
I asked if he just doesn't remember if there are other cars. He responded, that was the scene. That was not the answer.
It was not actually an answer.
I can ask it again. So you don't remember whether there were other cars?
In the parking lot, no.
Okay. Now, when you searched the vehicle, you didn't find anything in the vehicle?
No.
In fact, what you tagged is something that you found on the ground in the parking lot of the travel lodge, I think you said it was. And now, did you write a report?
Yes.
And were you wearing body cam video?
Yes.
All right, no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
How close was this baggie found to the car in question that you were searching?
Inches.
Inches? I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question. So, all right, so it's on the ground by the car.
Yes.
Front of the car, back of the car, sides.
Rear passenger side.
Rear passenger side, okay. Now, on the ground, was it like directly below the door? Was it at an angle away from the car? Was it under the car?
I had the door open and it was between the opening of the door.
So when you opened the door, you saw it fall out, or it was right there when you opened the door?
It was not there prior to me opening the door. I did not observe it fall out, but it was there after the door was open.
On the ground?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
When you stated that it was not on the ground prior to you opening the door,
Yes.
was it as you were opening the door that you discovered it, or was it after you had searched that you discovered it?
After I had searched.
Okay, so you had been in the car for a while and then realized that there was a back.
Yes.
Now, was a part of your searching the ground around the car?
As I'm walking up, I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, so you were looking for something on the ground around when you were walking up?
To make sure nothing is there, correct?
Okay. No other questions?
No,
Here you go.
no redirect.
Thank you. Officer Kilgore, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses, Ms. Kirkland?
No further defense, Your Honor.
Argument, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for bind over, and I will reserve argument for rebuttal.
Ms. Kirkland.
Yes, Your Honor, we have just the bind over. To start, Your Honor, we heard testimony from Officer Moon. He testified that Mr. Franklin said that there were pills, and immediately after learning of there being pills, possibly pills in the car, that he arrested Mr. Franklin, and then he immediately began asking him questions right there by the car, incriminating questions about whether or not there was cocaine or anything else in the object to the right order.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, I don't believe that any statements from the defendant after he was placed into handcuffs and subsequently arrested were ever elicited or placed onto the record in this court. So I think Ms. Kirkland's motion for that to be excluded is not irrelevant, but doesn't have any basis in the testimony that we heard today. The officer, prior to arresting the defendant, prior to asking him to exit the vehicle, made an observation and asked him what he was doing rummaging around. Officer Moon testified that he had observed the defendant moving around in the passenger console area, in the front seat, in the back seat, and generally all around the vehicle as he had switched on his lights and was attempting to effect a traffic stop, Your Honor. The defendant admitted to having marijuana and then subsequently to having X pills. These questions are done in investigation for officer safety and are perfectly valid questions. The defendant was under arrest for, one, having the drugs, yes, but he also had a, I think a suspended license was the testimony. Yeah, that he didn't have, that he was driving on a suspended license. The officer confirmed this. The narcotics were not observed to be on the ground as the officers were conducting their investigation. Instead, they were located after the investigation and they were found on the ground inches from the vehicle. It is plausible that they fell out and that's how they got there, Your Honor. That from the vehicle, with close in time, close in proximity, people have met their burden, and I would ask that this court find over.
Thank you. This court has had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of Officer Moon and Officer Kilgore. We'll find that the people have met their burden and will bind Mr. Franklin over as charged on the sole count in this matter. The next step in these proceedings is an arraignment on the information, which will be on September 7, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Mr. Franklin's previously entered bond with any conditions is continued. Anything else in this matter on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Franklin in this matter?
No, this is my Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin does have two outstanding matters. He has 194379 OM. If this is Van Buren Township versus David Franklin, this is an interfering with police misdemeanor where there's currently a warrant out for his arrest based on his failure to appear for a pretrial back on May 19, 2022. This court had recalled a previous warrant. We'll recall this warrant again. Ms. Kirkland, you were here on April 27th when this case was reset the first time. Is your office in a position to provide assistance or representation to Mr. Franklin in this matter?
Your Honor, I am not, due to our contract, not able to sit here.
The warrant is recalled. Bond in this matter will be set at $5,000 personal. Mr. Franklin will mail you a new notice to appear so that you can get this case back on track, but we need to verify your address. What is it, please?
17212 Sunderland Road, Detroit, Michigan, 48219.
Thank you, sir. You also have 194378 Van Buren Township versus David Franklin. This is a driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied from October 22nd, 2019. This case similarly had been in warrant status. The court had recalled it and set it for pretrial on May the 19th. You failed to appear on that date. This warrant will be recalled. Bond in this case will be set at $1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. We will mail a new notice for a pretrial to you at the Sunderland address. That concludes this court's docket for the day. This court will be in recess. Everyone have a good afternoon. Thank you.
15